Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the meeting of the South and West Plans Panel. My name is Councillor Paul Ray, and I will be chairing today's meeting. Could I remind everyone that today's meeting is being live streamed on the Leeds City Council YouTube channel so that the public can observe the meeting without the need to be present. Could I also remind those present that this is a formal meeting. Whilst we welcome attendance, we ask that the proceedings are observed quietly and without interruption. Participants in the meeting are asked to maintain a courteous and respectful manner in asking questions or making comments. South and West Plans panel deals with the applications from the south, north west and west of the city. The aim of the panel is to hear all the relevant information from applicants, members of the public, council officers, to help members of the panel make their decision. Can I now invite members and officers to introduce themselves and mute your microphone once you've introduced yourself, if we could start from my left.
Thank you, Chair. Michael Doherty, South and West Principal Planning Officer.
Good afternoon all, I'm John Booth, Principal Highways Engineer.
Hello everybody, I'm Andy Parnham, Councillor for Armley.
Good afternoon everyone, I'm Zara Hussain, Councillor for Andy.
Councillor Jules Hesselwood, representing Wheatwood Ward.
Good afternoon everybody, my name is Ray Jones and I represent Horsewood.
Good afternoon, my name is Mahaley Fransmere, Councillor for Moortown and Meanwood.
Good afternoon, Councillor Killamaneka for Bermondsey and Richmond Hill.
Good afternoon, my name is Daniel Illingworth and part of the Plans panel team.
Good afternoon, Councillor Sam Firth for the Harewood Ward.
Good afternoon, Councillor Barry Anderson, Adland Warfield Ward.
Good afternoon, I'm Councillor Colin Campbell. I'm here substituting for Councillor Robert Finnegan today.
Good afternoon, Andy Booth, Clerk to the panel.
Hello, Nikki Dio, Head of Legal, advising the panel today.
Good afternoon, Jonathan Carr, Head of Development Management.
Good afternoon, Steve Butler, Group Manager for South and West and Lead Officer at South and West Plans Panel.
Thank you much, everyone. Could I now ask the Clerk to go through items 1 to 5, please?
Thank you, Chair. Under agenda item number 1, there are no appeals against the refusal of inspection of documents. Under item number 2, there are no exempt items on the agenda today. Under item number 3, there are no late items of business. Under agenda item 4, could I ask members if they've got any interest to declare?
Yes, I do have an interest to declare on item number 10, as I've previously objected to this application, and therefore there will need to be a election of a chair for that particular item. So could I, at this point, ask for nominations for a chair to sit over item 10, please? Yep, Councillor Francis Mayer. Can I just have a seconder? Yep. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? Thank you. If you want to continue on to item 5.
Thank you, Chair. Under agenda item number 5, apologies. We've got apologies for absence from Councillors Rowntree and Finnegan, and we have Councillors Hazelwood and Campbell in attendance as substitute today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Item number 6, minutes of the previous meeting held on Thursday the 5th of September. Do members accept these minutes are a true and correct record? Yeah, I'll take silence as a yes. Are members happy to move these, and are there any matters arising? I'll take silence as a yes, and no indications there's no matters arising. Okay, perfect. Item number 7, land adjacent to Unit 1, Kirkstall Retail Park, Savins Mill Way, Kirkstall Leeds, LS5 3RP. Could I ask the officer to present the application?
Thank you, Chair. I'll just run through for members' information. So firstly, we just have an overview of the application site. Obviously, this was presented at the previous plans panel. So the site itself is within Kirkstall Town Centre, within the wider retail park with Boots, Morrison's, adjacent to the Matalan building, as indicated in the site location plan in front of you. These are just the photos of the site showing the existing situation, as members will be previously aware. Just further photos showing the hard standing and the area of the site hoarded. And again, just a service road to the east of the site, which remains unaffected by the proposals, and the landscaping area to the front of the site will be retained also. Again, just for members' information, this is the overall site plan of what's proposed, with the main drive-through restaurant located centrally within the site and the clockwise drive-through route surrounding the building itself. And just a further close-up for members' consideration, showing the parking layout, 6 spaces including the disabled bay, and the crossing measures to retain the current pedestrian access through the site also. These are just the visuals as previously presented, again just for members' information, showing the material finishes of the proposed building itself. And just finally for members, the overview of the landscaping measures, again indicating the layout of the site itself. So moving on, the application was considered previously at Plans Panel on the 5th of September. The panel resolved not to accept the officer's recommendation to approve the proposals. It was requested that the application be reported back to panel, setting out a detailed reason for refusal based upon concerns raised by members in respect of traffic generation and safety of pedestrians and cyclists in and around the site. Members considered that approving the proposals for a drive-through restaurant could result in additional traffic generation and overall adverse impact upon highway safety. So officers have provided the reason for refusal as requested. That's within option 1 of the current recommendation. However, are of the view that the scheme still should be supported, as it's not considered to create a significant adverse impact upon highway safety, as is the test outlined within the MPPF. Officers would draw members' attention to the potential of any appeal by the applicants, which could result in the development being allowed, subject to the view of an inspector. This could also lead to a claim for costs by the applicants, with the resultant appeal likely to be carried out via hearing or public inquiry. Just to draw members' attention, as per paragraph 8 of the report, members should be aware any subsequent appeal that may result in the future. The off-site mitigation measures, as outlined within the previous panel report, to be secured via section 106 may not be required if a subsequent appeal would be successful, dependent on the view of the inspector. And just to provide a further update to members, just with regards to the report itself, within the recommendation box there is a typo. That's within recommendation 2 before you, where the date of the first report should have been inserted. That should read as the 5th of September 2024 when the item was presented. I'd just like to draw members' attention to paragraph 10. This outlines that if members are minded to go with the original officer recommendation to approve the scheme, then a further report would need to be brought back to Plans Panel. That's also an error. Members have all the relevant information today, including that within the dual recommendation, so you can decide whether to go with either, and a decision can be made today without the need for it to be represented again in November. So in conclusion, members will note the dual recommendation, which sets out within section 1, the scheme can be refused on the basis of increased traffic generation, detrimental to the free and safe flow of traffic, along with adverse impacts upon the safety of pedestrians and cyclists, and that's considered contrary to policy T2 of the core strategy and the SPD. Alternatively, members, if minded, can proceed with recommendation 2, which reverts back to the original officer recommendation to allow the proposals. And that's subject to the previous conditions and the completion of a section 106 agreement. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. There are no speaking right permitted on this application, therefore I will go straight to questions from members to officers. So any questions to officers, please? Councillor Jones.
With the numbers that have been provided round the numbers in the car park and the surrounding area, because I'll give you the example. I went to that car park on Sunday at 1:30 and there was 11 spare places in total. It took me 15 minutes to exit the appropriate area. So the survey that's on here, I believe, is not representative of what actually happens there.
Yes, I think as previously we discussed ourselves, and obviously highways officers may want to chip in, but the information provided by the applicants and the report and the transit assessment is considered to be acceptable. It's considered to be accurate as well.
I use that weekly on a Sunday usually. So I'm a little bit uncertain as to why you'd accept something which I regard as being a total, how can I put it, not quite correct by distance. And the other point I would also make is that I am concerned that as people come off Kirkstall Road, if they cut across, which will, as they go into the entrance, that will lead to further traffic problems. We already have some difficulties there. Has any consideration been made for that?
Yes, I think previously we did, ourselves and Highways did look at the issue of the traffic cutting across the gyratory section, particularly where the bus station is, the bus stop, sorry, adjacent to the site. And again, I think that's obviously covered within the traffic modelling and the assessment also, so it has been factored in, and the timings and the traffic modelling data does reflect the sort of movement of the buses and the traffic in between those lanes as well.
Sorry, Chair, could I also ask John Booth, the Highways Officer, to come in to just answer the question about the actual impact on that junction that Councillor Jones just asked about, please?
Sorry. In terms of the traffic impact, traffic surveys have been undertaken and assigned to links within the gyratory. One thing that needs to be taken into consideration here is that this is not a single junction. It's a network of connected junctions operating as a gyratory system. So that there's a number of, you'll hear me talking about links, and links are effectively, in simple terms, the lanes within that entire gyratory system. So the traffic assigned to each of those links has then been modelled through the whole network. And looking at the worst case scenarios as we do in highways in terms of what happens during the weekday peak period, in this case it's a Friday because that's routinely the worst case for retail type developments, and Saturday lunchtime. And when we say lunchtime, it's usually between 11 o'clock and 3 o'clock. We take the worst hour within that period. So we've modelled those scenarios. And on the Friday PM peak, there's one link that goes over capacity during that time, and that link is the exit link from Kirkstall Bridge. So the queuing isn't within the highway network, or the overcapacity associated with that link is on the internal queues coming out of Kirkstall Bridge retail park. Correspondingly, on the Saturday, that link operates within capacity, and there's another link that goes over capacity, and that's one of the links that comes out of Morrison's, and again that's then queuing into the site rather than additional. Sorry, I'm talking about queuing. That's an overcapacity for traffic leaving Morrison's rather than an overcapacity on the links within the gyratory. So overall, in traffic terms, in that respect, we've modelled it for with and without development scenarios. I mean, you'll hear traffic engineers talking about networks operating satisfactorily. It's a technical term, really, in terms of does it operate within acceptable parameters, and in this case, that junction does. So when we model it without this development, and then model it again with the development in place, the differences are negligible. In fact, on one of the links actually there's a slight improvement on that link. So overall, in traffic terms, this development doesn't have anything more than a negligible effect on the entire gyratory system, and it's certainly not severe.
I was just going to follow up and just to assist you. I know you've got anecdotal scenarios that you've seen whilst you've visited, but the modelling has been technically assessed. The legal test is severe. It does not meet that threshold. So I just want to make that quite clear. We've not got any evidence that rebuts that, and that is why it's been accepted.
Yeah, just following on with the highways, I use this junction, this area as well, like living up just in Wheatwood, not far. And so I can see in the report, and apologies, I'm subbing, so I wasn't here at the last meeting, so apologies if I'm asking questions that have been answered. I can see that there is a Section 106 agreement, and I believe that's to enhance the signalling around here. Could you just let me know how that would, the enhancements would make and the improvements I hope that would make to that as well?
I'll give you my précis on that, but bear in mind that I'm not a traffic signal engineer. The improvements are twofold in this case, or the contribution towards them is twofold. The first one is to upgrade the existing equipment, which makes it, it then connects it to the control centre better, so that if problems occur, then they can respond to them more quickly. The equipment that's on site is dated now and doesn't have that level of connectivity.
Like the smart.
Yeah, sort of. It's all connected to a control centre in this building. So when they can see problems, because it's all on big screens, they can then adapt to that and hopefully relieve some of the pressures that might be there. The second element of this contribution is for a red light violation camera or a yellow box violation camera, because it can do both things at the same time. Because one of the things that we've been made aware of is red light violation at this junction, which is leading to some rear end shunts type accidents. So that would improve safety there, because obviously people are going to be less likely to enter that area if there's a possibility that they're going to be prosecuted for it.
So, just sorry to interrupt again, and I know we're labouring this point, but basically in very simple terms, the impact of this development would be negligible on the junctions that John's referred to. The test is that it has to be severe to be upheld effectively at appeal, I think is a fair way of putting it, and the monies that have been suggested are an improvement that without we will not be able to carry out.
Any other questions from members before I ask my questions? So, quick question from me. Obviously, part of the pre-thesis in terms of the two recommendations is the potential of appeal. Is there any particular evidence we have for similar cases like this when they've gone to appeal in terms of how the inspectors responded?
There is, Chair. We've looked at the relevant recent history of appeals. There are actually two which are very similar. Basically, one was for the erection of two coffee shops falling under the Class E, which is the same use. That was down in Eastbourne. The decision was actually May 2023. And there was also another one down in Finsbury, Kent, actually for the same proposal. It was a drive-through restaurant. Again, very similar both. There were Section 106 agreements, one for a travel plan and one for some other mitigation measures in those areas. And I think the thrust of the decisions, which in those cases for members, they were allowed with an award of costs also. But in both cases, the inspector makes reference to the fact that the applicant had provided traffic modelling. And again, very similar in those instances. I think the local members in those situations raised issue with traffic and accidents in the area, but absent of any sort of evidence modelling to the contrary, that was the basis of the appeals being allowed and the awards of costs. So there are those examples, Chair, yes.
And from a legal perspective, how much weight should we apply to the opinions of the inspector?
I mean, I absolutely think that they're relevant and they should carry significant weight in your decision today. From my perspective as your advisor, I think the construction of the refusal reason, whilst there was some merit having discussed that during the last plans panel, now having considered that and looked at the evidence behind that, I think it would be very difficult to defend the refusal reason that members constructed at last plans panel. And my advice would be cautious in pursuing a refusal reason on grounds of which we don't have evidence to rebut.
Any other questions before I go, Councillor?
Chair, reading this report, it feels like I'm almost being, gaslighted almost from my own empirical evidence and that of fellow councillors. I'm a local resident. I use the junction today. I use it all the time. I think members of the public might be...
Sorry, councillor, is this a comment or a question? Because we're still on questions to officers.
I'll leave it.
Okay. Any questions to officers before I come to comments? Going on to comments. Do you have a comment, councillor?
I do. It's no surprise to me that I think 5 local councillors have objected in writing. I didn't write, although I was minded to. As I said, I feel almost like I'm being gaslit and railroaded into a decision that I'm not prepared to make. I think, as I said before, if I agreed to this scheme, my residents in Armley would think I was absolutely bonkers. I'm a little disappointed on a couple of things from planning. The data from the regarding the capacity of Morrison's was done 2 days at the end of November last year, I think. How on earth that people can say that the addition of a Burger King or any other outlet there is going to have a negligible effect? I know there's data, and I understand data. I'm a student of stats, but I just find it almost incredulous that people. Well, I'm certainly not prepared to vote for this, I'm afraid. I know it's a risk, and I know we've got issues about appeal, but I think if it came to appeal, we'd have all the additional housing on Kirkstall Hill to look into, and I just think it's just not a suitable site. To describe it as a town centre site, I just find it's baffling. It's not a town centre site. It's a conduit between 3 very, very busy areas of the city.
Any other comments? I will make a comment, unusual for me since I've become chair. Taking on the point that you've raised, councillor, it's not our job here when we're in a quasi-judicial function to base it off of our lived experience. It's to base it off of planning policy and requirements. And I think the expert advice, and it is the expert advice of both highways and of the legal advice we've been given, we are required to take significant consideration of. So all I would advise members is when making their determination is for members to make determination, bearing in mind you've been given expert advice which the inspector, if it were to go to appeal, will consider and challenge on why we as non-experts have not taken that advice, puts the council in a very, very weak position. And we need to sometimes extract ourselves from our lived experience to look at the professional advice we are given, because that's why we pay these people. I think we all agree this is contentious. We all agree that there's significant worry about it. But as Plans Panel members, our requirement is to look at policy, both national and local, and the expert advice we're given. Now, how much weight we put on that is up to us as individual members when we cast our vote. But that is the basis of the test that we base it on. Policy and advice, not lived experience, because we will always look at things very differently onto how we use things, and not necessarily through the guise of the advice and the information that we're given on a professional level. So all I'm going to say on that point is just be very considerate of what your role here is on panel, not necessarily what your constituents want. Councillor Firth.
I appreciate this is probably a question, so I'll try and make it into a comment. I don't believe we asked last time why those particular dates in November were picked, and I would be interested to know whether another date may have a different impact in terms of traffic. Appreciate any comments on that.
Yeah, I think it was covered, councillor. From recollection and from the looking at the data, they covered those particular times because that was the peak. And I think from the data included, one of them was actually the Black Friday date, so they took like the busiest date. So yeah.
Councillor Hasselwood.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with what you've said, Councillor Ray, on the evidence we need to consider. However, those dates in November, if we're looking at lived experience and someone who doesn't live far up in Wheatwood and who uses that junction, they are the peak times. Coming up to Christmas is the peak time. So that is not indicative of the rest of the year from my lived experience, if you want lived experience as well. Yeah.
Any other comments before we move to the recommendations? Okay, so we have 2 recommendations. Do I have a proposal either for recommendation 1 or recommendation 2? Councillor Hesselwood?
Bearing in mind your comments and what you've said, Councillor Ray, I would like to propose recommendation 2, I believe, just looking back at my papers, which is defer and delegate, please.
Do we have a seconder for recommendation 2? Thank you, Councillor Jones. So we have a proposal on the table. So I'll go to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? Abstentions? Take those as abstentions then. So would you like to sum up, Steve?
Sorry, with respect, Chair, that wasn't an abstention.
Okay.
I failed because this has obviously been discussed to some degree at previous plans panel meetings, which I did not attend, and so therefore I think it's inappropriate for me to express a view at this point in these proceedings.
Fair enough. That will be noted, Councillor. Thank you. Steve?
Thanks, Chair. The application that's just been voted upon has effectively been approved in principle, subject to defer and delegate for the Section 106 agreement, referring to the monies for the traffic signalisation improvements. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Item number 8, 16 Chilcot Court, Rodley, Leeds, LS13 1PT. Can I ask the officers to please present the application when they get here? There we go.
Thank you, Chair. This was the subject of a panel site visit this morning, and it's brought to panel at the request of a local ward member for reasons set out in paragraph 1 of the report. The site relates to a semi-detached property which is arranged over 3 floors within Rodley. The property fronts onto Town Street, which is the street to the north, which is the A657, with access from the south in Chilton Court, which is here, just off Bagley Lane. In terms of adjacent land uses, you've got an adjoining semi-detached property to the west, and then a hair and beauty clinic. You've got a detached house to the east. On the opposite side of Town Street, you have residential properties and commercial properties, beyond which is the canal that you can see on the plan before you. To the south are the 3-storey townhouses within Chilton Court, where access leads to the site and its associated garage and car parking space. The property is currently laid out on the ground floor with living accommodation, i.e. a lounge, a kitchen diner and a WC. On the first floor there are 2 bedrooms and 2 WCs. On the second floor there are 2 further bedrooms, an office and another WC. In terms of levels, the site is at a lower level to the north on Town Street, and the site steps up towards the rear or the south. In terms of parking, there are some parking restrictions on Town Street in the form of double yellow lines that panel members observed this morning. There's also a parking bay on Town Street as well, which could accommodate up to 3 vehicles. Now, there aren't any plans as such to show you this afternoon, just because physically there aren't any physical changes either internally or externally being proposed. So it is purely a change of use of the property, and that's from a dwelling, as it currently is, which is Class C3, to Class C2, which is for use as a young person's supported accommodation. That will accommodate up to 3 young people with age ranges from 16 to 25, with each young resident having their own bedroom. The young people occupying the property would be either in education, training or employment, and the operator will match people so you don't have people on the younger end of the spectrum, age 16, occupying the property with, say, 25-year-olds. So the operator will carefully and sensitively match young people of similar ages. The operator has also informed us that none of the young people will have access to a car, and that no more than 2 staff at any one point in time would be on the premises, but it would be staffed on a 24-hour basis, so there would be always someone there at the property. With that in mind, there would be a room for staff, which would act as an office and a bedroom. Staff would be working on 12-hour shift patterns, so that would be starting at 7:30 in the morning through till 8 p.m. and from 8 p.m. through till 8 a.m. There will be the need for professionals who will sometimes visit the property and the young people, as well as family visits, although those family visits might take place away from the premises. And also be social worker that would visit the young person approximately once every 6 to 8 weeks. In their statement, the applicants said that they are committed to supporting young people, supporting their holistic development, promoting resilience and enabling them to reach their full potential. This is the property in question. This is the southern side of the property. The property just is the right-hand semi as we look onto it, so it's just to the left of that tree there. As you can see, the garden or sunken courtyard area is set down from the road on the right-hand side, given the difference in levels. And that's just showing a picture of Chiltern Court where access would be taken from. We've got a number of objections in relation to this plan application, the majority of which come from residents in Chiltern Court, and those are set out in the report before you. In terms of the main issues for members' consideration, we have had a few of these young children's and young people's supported accommodation previously on plans panel, so members might be aware of the relevant issues, which are similar to what we've got today. The site is considered to be located in a sustainable location. It would be similar in terms of its use as a C3 dwelling, and therefore officers consider that it would integrate well into the local environment. 2 main issues for these kind of proposals. One is the impact on residential amenity, and 2, parking and highway safety. In terms of residential amenity, members need to bear in mind that this property could be occupied by, say, 4 or 5 people, so you could have parents with 2 or 3 children there, some of which could be older, some of which might have cars, for example. So we have to compare and balance that against the current use and to work out what the differences might be. In our professional opinion, we don't think there's any adverse impacts, certainly none that would result in a discernible impact over and above any noise and disturbance compared to occupation by a family. In terms of parking and highway safety, again, whilst we acknowledge there would be some difference in the way that the property would be occupied and operated with staff movements and healthcare visitations, we don't think these would be significant as to cause any significant impact. So to that end, we consider the proposal to be policy compliant and acceptable. We have got speakers for and against the proposal, so we'll hear from them next. But as it stands, the recommendation is for approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that. We do have speakers for and against this application, so could I invite Councillor Carter and Mohammed, who are speaking in objection to the application. Once you are ready, you have 2 minutes each to present your case. Thank you.
I am now. Thank you, Mr. Khalik. Mr. Khalik is the resident of number 17, Chiltern Court, and will speak first, Chair.
I think I'd like to thank the panel, and the first thing I'd like to mention is that we're talking about disruption, and One of the things that you saw in the pictures was that this is a shared driveway that number 16 and 17 share. When you have two vehicles there, if there's any additional parking, it means that one of the residents can't get out unless the other one allows them to. We see that happen all of the time. This picture must have been taken during the day, during the working hours, because the street does not look like that at times that you mentioned for changeover, right? Because we see, and with additional parking and professionals turning up, it's going to cause additional issues for all of us, and we won't be able to get in and out of the street. We already have refuse collection denied because we've had to now move our bins from outside our houses to the main road because we can't get them picked up. And if we're going to have additional periods of overlap, our bins get collected early in the morning. That isn't going to happen, and people aren't going to be able to get in and out of the street. I think there's been a massive failure to engage with anyone as part of the community. We were not made aware of this development, and the first we heard was when our councillor got in touch to ask us what we knew. Just to give you an idea, 13 of the 15 residents who could object have all objected to this. I think, on top of that, we're seeing other traffic issues. You saw in the pictures where the bins were and the vans were, you could not get out of our top end of the street. So I know there's been a site visit, so you've probably seen that with your own eyes. We're really worried about access from emergency vehicles. And if you've noticed, the street is a cul-de-sac with no footpaths. Right? So children play outside, and we've got 5 children in the 4 immediate houses to what's being proposed. And we're worried about, if more vehicles coming in and out, what's going to happen. We've already got, as I mentioned,
I'm happy for you to finish your last sentence before going on to Councillor Carr.
Thank you so much. I was going to say, we've got a real issue with community safety in the area, and we've got vulnerable residents like Val Barnes, who's the other neighbour on the other side, who has dementia, and we're worried about her as well.
Thank you. Councillor Carter.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thanks for visiting today. Councillor Parnham, welcome to my world. First of all, the application form itself seems to me to be incorrect. The red line boundary doesn't include access to the public highway and needs to be updated. As has been said, there's a shared access from the garage to the public highway, and land ownership is shared. No certificate B has been issued. Mr. Kalik would have received it if it had been, and he assures me no certificate B has been presented to him. So is the application valid as it stands in any event? Parking and safety, as ward councillor, over and over again I've had to involve myself with difficulties over bin collection, etc. Residential amenity, because you've visited, you will have seen there's no recognisable open space either at the front or back of the development of the property, so the residents would have no private garden or area to sit, and you would have seen that, as I say, this morning. When you say it's a proposal is for use class C2, the age range, they aren't children, they're 16 to 25, and by their own admission, the applicants, Amethyst 247, registered in February 2024, accept there's dangers of absconding or antisocial behaviour. They use the word escaping, which is not one I would easily want to use. They say mitigation measures will be proposed, but none are detailed. Have our antisocial behaviour team been consulted about safeguarding residents? Have adult social care been consulted? Because with an age range between 16 and 25, we're way beyond children's services. It seems to me the whole thing has gone under the radar. Final point, you outline in the report a public inquiry where in this city, where an inspector ruled against the authority because of a children's home proposal. This is not a children's home proposal, it is a young adult's proposal, and very different. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. Questions to the objectors? Any questions? No one wanting? Yep.
Car parking. Now, there's talk of this being 16 to 25-year-olds. They've said in the report that they will not be allowed access to motor vehicles. But presumably they've got friends. So what parking is there at the moment for visitors? And will that space likely to be taken up by any employees that are there legitimately? There's two of them mentioned there. Is that something you think that might come up as a concern if people visit them, because they're of an age where they're likely to have made friends in life somewhere?
I think that was one of my points. It's a definite risk because, as you can see from the street, the houses have a driveway and people even park on the other side. So sometimes you get stuck in your own driveway and can't come out. If we're going to have more frequency, we've already got children playing on the street, there's going to be a greater risk of people being blocked in. The property itself has one parking bay, but it means both residents have to work together to keep it clear to be able to come in and out. So nowhere does it say in the pack that the applicant submitted that how were they going to stop these people getting a vehicle. So you're legally allowed to apply for a licence. Why would they not be able to buy a car and keep it?
On that is that, in your opinion, what is there in the area? Because we've already had confirmation that there's no usable recreation space. So what else is there for 16 to 25-year-olds to do in the area?
It's a small residential area. You've got and these are high-risk individuals. And so when I read the website that was provided by Amethyst, which is brand new, and there's no history from how they look after these children or what they do, there was a load of things on there. Like, we've got 3 pubs within a 1-minute walking distance. Why would you put high-risk individuals in a village setting with no services that they can use, nothing to keep them entertained, apart from surrounded by 3 pubs? What do you think they're going to do, and where are they going to congregate?
Yeah, Councillor Jones.
The previous people who lived in this house, it's a 4-bedroom house. Can you explain to me what the difference is? Because I can't see a difference. Another thing I'd like to point out to you, not all people, young people who are in care, cause trouble. That's very, very clear. And that's the impression I'm being given. I'm thinking, I'm uncomfortable with that, because I don't think that's true. Most of these young people will have had some trauma. I can
You're
accept
bearing
that.
into a comment now, so
Sorry.
if you can let the
I've asked the
answer the
question.
question.
You asked me a question about what was the property being used for previously. Prior to the previous owners, there were it was a family with 1 child, right, that lived there. Now, currently, you have the property's been used as an Airbnb for a considerable period of time, and we've had no impact on, we've been complaining about that in terms of how much traffic has been coming in and going, so that's stopped, and now it feels like the owner of the property has another business venture that they want to do, and that's what's been happening. We're not saying that we think the young individuals, it's because in the report it said these are high risk young individuals and that they could abscond and they could do a number of things. That's what I've referred to.
Thank you to Councillor Jones. That's exactly right. Nobody, least of all me, is inferring that all children or young people in difficulties cause antisocial behaviour problems. They clearly do not. However, as has been pointed out by Mr. Khalik, it is the applicant who has said there could be problems. Use the word absconding, use the word escaping. That's them, not us, and them who say they will put in place mitigating measures, but yet don't say what those are. So do we have to wait until there's a problem and then say the usual, oh, now we've learnt lessons? Well, we've heard that before, haven't we?
Any follow-up, Councillor Jones? Any other questions, members? Yeah, Councillor Firth.
Thank you for your presentation. There was a particular mention in the report about a certificate B, which you believe has not been received. It's now been noted in the report that it supposedly has been sent. So can I ask, have you received it, and when, and how close was that to the date of this hearing,
So we've
or
not,
even after the application was submitted?
So we've not received anything, and I'd be quite happy to say nothing's ever been sent to us.
Any follow-up, Councillor? We'll bring it to officers when we get to officers then. Any other questions for the objectors? Yeah, Councillor Firth.
There is also a mention in the objections from members of the public about restricted covenants on the properties. Can you give us any details from your perspective as a resident?
So all of the properties on Chiltern Court have a covenant because there is a set of rules that everyone who buys signs into that covenant when they buy the property. And one of the rules on that is that we would all as owners never change the use because we want it to be a residential community and not have the class of use changed. So that's part of the covenant that we have, or never have a business run out of that property. I believe that's in the covenant that we have. And I believe you should have copies of the covenant in some of your objections.
Any follow-up, Councillor Firth?
I'd appreciate a comment from officers or the applicant following the comments that have been made.
Can I ask you to put a pin in it and ask that as a question to the officers then, please? Councillor Heselwood.
Just following on from that comment, you said there's a covenant and it can't be used for business purposes, but you said it's being used as an Airbnb. Can you just explain that? And also, with the Airbnb, can you explain the amount of cars that have been coming and going as well from that?
Of course I can. Well, when it was an Airbnb, we don't know, because shouldn't this be an answer that the council should have? Did you give it business use? Because the owner of the property, we believe, was doing it illegally. Right? It was raised and escalated a number of times to the council and other bodies as well that was happening, and the owner was charged, and as per the covenant. In terms of additional traffic, what was happening was we saw that the property was predominantly let at certain times, and we saw that we did have traffic problems because of that. And that's why after we complained as residents a number of times, because we thought it wasn't legal, it wasn't right, and that's why we believe it's no longer being used as an Airbnb, or we think it isn't.
Any follow-up, Councillor? No. Councillor Francis Mear.
Hello. Just a quick question. If this wasn't to go through in a family, because it's a 5-bedroom house, and a family of...
It says 5-bedroom. It's 4 with a tiny little
box room.
Less than a box room.
Many of us have had box rooms. But the fact is, if a lot of households today have 2 cars, so how would you manage that? And how many cars do you have in your household?
We have 2 cars, and we park on our drive side by side. And how would we manage somebody having 2 cars, you said? What we do is, I think, just like anywhere else, if it's somebody permanently living there, you make arrangements with them. You'd have one on the drive and you'd work together to do it. But if you don't know the people and you have a high frequency of people coming in and going, it's harder to coordinate that. That's what I'm saying.
No follow-up, no, thank you.
Any other questions to the objectors? Yeah, of course you can, Councillor.
It's not just about the number of vehicles. It's about the traffic movements within a cul-de-sac. Traffic movements are almost as important as the number of vehicles, and it's the coming and going perpetually that causes an additional problem.
Councillor Heselwood?
Surely the traffic movements would be less. If I'm looking at my report that you'd have someone on shift from 7:38 until 8 at night, and then that person on shift from 8 till 8 the next morning. So that would only be 2 traffic movements as opposed to, I know with my family, various traffic movements throughout the day. So surely that would be less traffic movements from the staff working there than it would a family living there.
Can I ask you to frame that into a question, please, because that was more of a comment.
So,
there you go.
Sorry, sorry, Chair. So you're suggesting that nobody will come and visit, no friends, no nothing then, are you?
Well, no, I'm talking about the people who will be at the house. If you've got a family of 4 living there, you're going to have visitors coming and going as well. So just the same as you would have, you're saying visitors would maybe visit this house. So you're going to have, whether you've got this use of the property or whether you have a family living there, you will still have visitors coming and going. Will you not? That's the question.
I expect you would, but it was called out in the report that they would expect a higher frequency of visitations because you'd have more professionals, social services and others coming in and back and forth. If you're saying that there is just going to be the 2 changes every day and that's the only time there will be traffic movement, I don't think that's what the report said or that would be accurate. Or are you saying that's what you believe to be true?
May I suggest, Councillor Edgeworth, that's a question to the officers when we get to that stage. Any more questions for the objectors, please? No. Thank you very much for coming and spending time and answering those questions. There were quite a few there. Could I invite the applicant representatives to the table? Once you are ready, you will have 4 minutes to present your case. Thank you. Once you're ready, your 4 minutes will start.
Yeah, hi. I just want to say my name's Hannah Jamil. I'm going to be the Registered Service Manager for this 24/7 support. I would just like to say I have worked with looked after
Can I just
children.
ask you to put your microphone a bit nearer your mouth?
I'm not good with this. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know what you heard, but I've just said my name's Hannah Jamil. I'll be the Registered Service Manager for AIMS's 24/7 support. I just want to say I've worked with looked after children for 20 plus years in various throughout Yorkshire, and I've never come across a problem where we've had we looked after children like absconded as much. I've not been able to manage the property. We will have qualified staff there that will be monitoring the property 24 hours a day.
Okay. So I'm Helen. Oh, sorry. Sorry. I am the quality assurance and compliance person, so I ensure that the service runs smoothly. Just adding to what Ina said, we are from. I've had over 15 years experience looking after vulnerable young people, and this particular property in Rodley is low risk. So what that means is there will be a matching process to ensure that the children that would be placed are compatible. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Natasha Paris-Townsend, Placement and Referral Coordinator, so I'll be working with the Service Manager with the matching process. Thank you. And the children, or young people, would be low risk, not high risk, so I don't know where they've read high risk, but it's low risk. Thank you.
Can I just add, Certificate B was issued on the 9th of July 2024, and that was recorded. Initially, it was served but refused to be taken, and so that was sent by recorded post.
Do you have anything else? You've still got a couple of minutes left.
Just to add, we manage another property similarly, which has gone through planning, and it is much more smaller property. It's a 4-bedroom for 3 young people, and that was approved as well, and we've had no issues with that. And there was condition placed, and we've kept to that, and yeah, we've had no trouble at all with the young people. And we are also going to be registered with Ofsted, so there is a regulatory body to ensure that we're compliant.
Okay, if there's nothing else to say, thank you very much for that. I'm going to open it up to questions to the members, and I've already had Councillor Firth indicate, so Councillor Firth.
Thank you very much for your introduction. You've mentioned there that there is another property. We can't go, obviously you're giving us word of mouth view that there haven't been any issues. Obviously we haven't got any evidence to reflect that. That's not to say that it's true or not. Could you just give us some details? And you've mentioned this other property. Could you just mention where that property is in relation to that and how that's relevant to this? Thank you.
It is in a residential setting as well, and it is from a C2 to C3. So it's a residential institute at the moment. Am I allowed to say the property address? LS8 in Leeds.
Any follow-up, Councillor Firth?
Thank you very much indeed. The only thing I would say, I don't know whether, from personal experience, LS8 has far more properties that are houses of multiple occupancy or have multiple in there compared to potentially this address, but this postcode. But that's not quantifiable with anything that I have absolutely to say right now. Could I just ask why you've chosen this particular property as a result of the concerns that have been raised by those who live locally and know that, for example, a shared drive? Appreciate there may be limits in terms of the issues with cars. So could I ask two questions? Why you've chosen this property, and the second is, you've mentioned that in the report that there is no chance that these individuals that are in this property have cars. Can I ask how you stop those individuals having cars?
Okay, so these are children. I am a parent myself, and I think every child deserves to be in a place that they feel that is a home. And we've chosen this area particularly the same way we chose the other residential property as well. So I do feel that they are entitled to be in a place that we feel is safe. We have also carried out locality risk assessments, and yeah.
I'm not quite sure you've answered.
And also, with regards to the car, there would be a pool car, one for the staffs anyway. From my experience, the looked after children that we have cared for don't usually have their own cars, access to their own cars. I've never seen them all the time I've worked with them.
Sorry, the councillor's question was, you're saying they don't, so how do you prevent them not to? So could you please address that point?
Okay. They don't know that, whilst they're in care, they're not allowed their own cars, because we support children to get onto, when they move on, then they will be able to have their own. But as far as we're concerned, we've never had children who's on their own cars because of the vulnerability of the children as well that we look after.
Any follow-up, Councillor Firth? Because I'm aware of the councillors want to come in, but so this will be your last follow-up, please.
No, thank you for giving that response. The concern I have is that you've mentioned about it's children upwards, but from the age of 17, anyone is able to qualify for a driving licence. And therefore, if you're not able to give full details of how we're able to get that, is there anything prohibiting them within the law or within the care that they're providing to not get a proper car? The only reason I'm saying this is simply to be able to prevent
I can add to that, yeah. So each child is given an allowance, and clearly they wouldn't be able to afford it anyway. Whilst they're in care, they are allowed a certain amount, which they won't be able to afford those. Local authorities don't give children money for things like driving class lessons. So that's what it is.
Councillor Campbell.
Can I just ask a couple of questions? Firstly, reference was made to, I think it was escaping, children escaping. Can you define escaping for us and perhaps explain why that's different to a normal 18-year-old throwing a strop and walking out? And the second point is, I suppose, the obvious one, given that such a thing has been made about the people in care owning a car, would you accept a condition that effectively prevented residents from owning a car, and you could, by some mechanism that the planning department could come up with to create a form of words. So in effect, one of the conditions on the property would be that residents do not own a car.
I don't know what the question is. That wasn't clear.
Just bear with me 2 seconds, please. Could you pin that one for a question to the officers, because there's a bit of a technical answer to it. That we can come to. So pin that one to question to the officers, because it's a bit of a technical one, but we've got some advice on that. Any other questions from you, Councillor Campbell, apart from that one? Which is, it's best for the officers to pick that up at the time.
Well, I was just asking how you define escape.
Oh, yeah.
Because, you know, as I say, 18-year-olds tend to have meltdowns occasionally.
Yes, apologies. Yes, so the parking restriction one will come to officers. If you can pick up the question about the use of the word escape.
All right, like I said, this particular, so we are registered for 9 homes. So, but this particular property, it is a low risk, for low risk children. So it's not a secure unit. If it was, it would be on the statement of purpose for this particular property. So, yeah, but other of our properties could potentially be for medium risk children who might abscond. I mean, most of the children that will be placed here could be because of a breakdown in family or trauma that they've experienced.
I think, just to add to that, I think the word escape was the incorrect word used, because, you know, they're not in prison, you know, they're not criminals that maybe trying to, you know, escape from where they live, okay? So I think if we can disregard that, that's the wrong terminology used. Okay.
So, in effect, they will have the same sort of experience as any normal 16 to 25-year-old, which is you can go out and come back, providing you tell somebody where you're going.
Yes, so each young person would have to ensure that they let their key worker know where they're going. Like, yeah.
Can I just ask a quick question? Sorry, because it just falls on that one. I just need some clarity, because those words aren't used in the officers' reports, but the objectors have said that they've noticed it on your material. Is that type of language used on any of your electronic or printed material?
If they can refer to where they found it, I'm not too sure. But like I did mention, this particular property is for low-risk children. So.
No, that clarifies the point. Councillor Francis Mear.
Hello, thank you. I think I'm a bit concerned. And the reason why I'm concerned is when we've got young people that are leaving care, as you know, many of the councils in West Yorkshire have signed up for those young people leaving care we see it as a protective characteristic. And one of our, and you'd be aware of that as professionals in that area. And one thing, we always want to ensure that those young people can have the best start from age 16 to 25. You have put in, I've seen in the report about education and training and so on, which is brilliant, but to automatically write them off from having a car or having a dream to have a car or to get some work experience,
Sorry, Councillor Francis, can I ask what the question is, please?
Yeah, sorry. The question is, what are your expectations? What are your expectations and what are your ambitions for those young people in your care? And I've got a second question. Could you tell me how, regarding safeguarding, how you work around safeguarding if you've already got a property in Leeds 8? And the third question, it does say about planned visits. Can you tell me how it works in your other property? Because I can understand for the resident it's a bit of an issue, but if it's planned, and I'm sure it's something that could be worked out, I'm a clip.
Yes. There's quite a few questions in that. So if we talk about safeguarding, we work with the local authority designated officer which deals with any safeguarding concern. So where there's a safeguarding concern, it would be reported to the local authority. We do have a safeguarding policy in place. Staffs are able to report any safeguarding concerns that they do have, and it would be investigated and addressed. In terms of, sorry, what's the other question, please?
It was about raising those aspirations of young people for age 16 to 25 whilst they're in your care.
Yes, every young person obviously is got a key worker, and we do key sessions with them to see what the aspirations are, and we walk through that. So each young person living our service should be able to when they've moved on, to live a successful life, really. So we ensure that they are equipped. We support them through any dreams they have. So i.e. it could be education, it could be training, and it could also be work experiences as well. So we help them with things like budgeting, just planning. And so if they were moving on to tenancy, to get a tenancy, as they move on, we do support them with things like that as well. So the aim is to ensure that when they leave, they're leaving really equipped and hopefully have a successful life.
Any follow-up, Councillor?
I'm just waiting. Just the last question is the planned visits. So how is that diarised?
Sorry. The planned visits are usually 6 weekly. So, for example, if a child was placed, they do have the first visit done within 72 hours. And then after that, there are planned visits every 6 weeks, usually typically between 4 to 6 weeks. So that's how it works.
Any follow-up?
So they would. So sorry, just to add. So depending if it's a social worker, they would arrange it with ourselves and the young person, and then they would come in to see the young person. And also, sometimes those visits. So we have like meetings as well with other professionals, and it's done virtually mostly. But when they come to visit the young people, it is planned visits, and it's typically around 4 to 6 weeks.
Francis Mayor, any follow-up? It's Councillor Manaka next. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, ladies. I think I've got about 2 questions or so. The first one is around your work experience. The manager has mentioned about work experience, and yourself, you've mentioned your work experience. And I'm trying to pair these two into were you working for somebody else and kind of like managing that section, or were you working as in owning the house and having the young adults living in that house? So and the reason I'm asking that question is because the gentleman who's refusing this has mentioned about Amethyst being a new business. So I'm trying to figure out that your experience, is that experience in terms of you actually now being the people that are holding everything, or you working for somebody else that would have run everything else at the background? That's question number 1. Question number 2 is, yes, in a sense, it's like I think there's some inconsistencies there, work experience and you now having to do this. And Chair, I've just forgotten about my second question. I needed to. I've noted something, but can I come back if I do, Chair?
Well, I am going to advise the applicant that they don't need to answer the first one because it's not a material planning
It's
consideration.
not material.
That's covered by other regulators. So if you want to raise your second question, please.
Okay. I'll come back, sir. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Anderson, then, please.
I've got a number of points. First one, when it comes to the car parking and movements. So presumably these young adults, because they're not actually children, they are young adults. With them being free to move and they're not allowed to own a car, so how do they get from A to B? Are they expected to use public transport, or do you feel that it's safer for them to use taxis so that you can control where they're going and where they're coming back from? So how do these young people who at the age they are, they're not wanting to be left inside all the time, they're looking to explore and find out about life, how do you enable them to move about the area?
Okay. Some of these young people are already in care anyway, so they do know, so Amethyst particularly, when a young person comes to is placed, they do have a contract, a young person's contract that they sign, and they agree to all the terms and conditions. Now, in terms of the traveling, we do have a pool car, and we also would use taxis as well, and young people do use public transport.
I maybe misunderstood. Did you say you've got a pool car?
A pool car that staffs can take children to if they need to go for appointments or if they need to be dropped off. For example, it could be maybe a young person who has had a really bad day and not wanting to go to school, and we encourage them to go to school. They might say, "Oh, I don't want to go on public transport today." We offer to take them to college, or we offer to put them in taxis.
Right. So would you concede that there would then be traffic movements in those instances?
But there would be traffic movement, but it would be the same as any other resident requesting a taxi coming to them and picking them up.
Okay. Right. Now, it's acknowledged in the report that there is no usable recreational space. So where are these young people who hopefully want to enjoy the outside, want to develop as individuals and not become hermits in the house? Where are they going to get their breathable space? Which everybody, as we found out during COVID, we all like to have space to be able to grow in.
At the front of the house, I think you can't really see it in the picture, there is a small courtyard area, so it's enough for a small table and chairs. Because yeah.
Okay. All right. There is a local park. So if young people wanted to just go out to air their hair, there is a local park that they could go to. Also, when we looked at the locality risk assessment, we identified that there are plenty of places young people can go into Leeds. There is the city centre, and there's Kirkstall, again, not too far from the area. There are recreation. There are places that they can go to. And with young people, again, depending on what they like to do, we don't necessarily impose what a young person should do. So they could say, I want to go watch a movie today, and we will support them with that and ensure that they get there safely and back. So we don't necessarily have to take the young people somewhere. Depending on the vulnerability of this young person, they might be with a staff member or they might not. So when we have the care packages sent through, the support plan states each young person's needs, and we ensure that we have a mitigation plan in place to support their needs appropriately.
I'm not referring to a formalised what they can and cannot do. I'm talking about just voluntarily. If you ask young people in my area, the vast majority of them would say, I just want a space that I can sit and talk to my friends.
So, Councillor Anderson, I think that's beyond the purview of the planning policy. I think there's a question maybe of the amenity space that's required under the planning application, but going into a conversation about where people socialise when they're out of the property is... Sorry.
Where would someone sit outside of still within the curtilage of the property?
Okay.
That where that would take... So,
okay.
Because if this was a new property, we would be asking, where's the usable green space?
So I think this is a question to the officers over the policy compliance of the amenity space.
Okay.
So, yeah, okay. Rather than to the applicant. I would rather not, and I think it is a question to the officers, because that's a technical policy question. Any other questions, Councillor?
Do you class these, you keep referring to them as children,
why do you refer to people who are over the age of 18 as children? Because you're not claiming that they've got educational needs, and so that their actual ages is one thing, but their capacity ages are less than that. And you've said that they are perfectly normal young people in all other respects. So are they not classed as adults once you get to a reasonable age, and as such need to be given the freedom and flexibilities to do what they want, when they want?
This is not a planning question, Councillor. I'm sorry, that is not a planning relevant question about whether or not they determine someone at the age of 16 or 25 to be an adult or not. Again, I would prefer you not, because these are meant to be relevant material considerations.
Well,
I'm sorry, Councillor, it is not
it's
a relevant question.
It's a safeguarding issue I'm concerned about.
And that is not the purview of the Council in the respect of the planning authority. That is the purview of other statutory bodies. Do you have a question which is planning related, please?
Right, okay. It's very difficult when we're not being allowed to ask questions, but...
They're not planning related, Councillor. Planning question, please.
Right, okay. How do you then incorporate the professionals that will be needed to give the support to those individuals?
In what way do you mean?
Well, I'm not allowed to ask you.
What do you mean by incorporate then?
I'm not. Sorry, I mean, I would like to ask you, but I've just been advised that I cannot ask you about those. I'm asking the generality. How would you get professionals
planned appointments by appointment? Is that where you're going?
Right. So the chance. Right. So so where I'm coming from is, where would these people then park their vehicles? Because we've heard that there are issues with shared parking at the moment with residents there. Never mind anybody else coming in. Any new person in the area would have a difficulty. How are you going to manage it to make sure that there aren't problems?
Okay, so our professionals do know the properties. So one of the things that we do inform them is parking arrangements. So, for example, when they visited the property, even, there's no one there. When they've just gone in to look if it was the right place for young people, they've parked and just walked down off-street parking. So we do inform them that we do have just one car space. And it's, again, I could refer to the other place as well, that we have is just one car space and it's been managed.
Any follow-up, Councillor?
Final one is, I know from experience, because in my ward borders onto Wheatwood ward, right? But this home in particular is actually technically in Wheatwood ward, but my ward, just literally across the road, was affected by it. And there was the need to, as soon as the residents found out what was happening, they then raised concerns. Whether it was overstretching the remark, fine. But what we needed to introduce was a chance to explain to the residents what was going to happen, to reassure them that it's not what they think is going to happen, that it actually isn't as bad. Have you done anything to try and reassure the other residents that it's not what they think is going to happen, that it's going to be something different?
I think myself and Hina has spoken to a few residents, yes, and the immediate residents as well. We did. And I think Hina did she spoke to quite a few.
I've spoken to quite a few of the residents in the area, and the few that I've spoken to have been fine with what's going on. I've not met this gentleman before, but yeah. But we have spoken to quite a few. I mean, I've had quite decent conversations with 2 or 3 of the neighbours, and they've had no objections.
Right. So, right. Now, I think I can put this in a
I think particularly, I would say, I spoke to the neighbour, the next door neighbour, and I think the wife, I've never met him. Yeah, and particularly, she did raise some concerns, which I explained to her that it would be low risk children, and I think she works in that sort of sector herself, so she understands.
Councillor Jones and then Councillor Manak and then Councillor First. Councillor Jones.
Can I ask, and I have some knowledge of this, so it may be helpful to you. not all the meetings with the residents will take place on site. Is that correct?
Correct.
The next thing is if you look directly opposite on Canal Road and Bridge Street from memory, which I park on quite regularly without any problems, would you be advising some of the visitors to park on there?
Yes, and there is, I think, 3 parking spaces on there. So.
Any follow-up, Councillor? No, it's Councillor
No,
Mack then,
is
please.
it? Where's it? I mean, I don't know what the road is called, but there are parking spaces on off-street parking.
There is parking across the road as well, across the road on the main road where you can park. And if you take a right, I'm not sure what the road's called, you can park up the road as well. It's about a 1 minute, 2 minute walk from the property, which staff have no problem. I have no problem.
Councillor Manaka, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if this is going to be one of those that I've asked previously, and it might be turned down as immaterial. You know, the restrictive covenants, are they aware of it? Will they be a part of that covenant? Are you aware of that restrictive covenant that the residents have?
Well, we haven't seen it. We've not been told about that. Because we do know this property was used as an Airbnb for quite a number of years.
Okay, any follow-up question?
And the owner of the property had 3 children, not 1.
Yeah, no, thank you.
No,
I've lost where I was now. I think it was Councillor Anderson next. No, was it? Councillor Firth. There we go.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to ask 2 questions. It's been a bit confusing, unfortunately, about the situation of this pool car. That pool car is purely for staff, and regardless of whether any of those individuals in the property, residents, had a driving licence, do they have access to that car? That's the first question, if they could do. And then the second question, because also those individuals that we are talking about, it may be 18 to 25, I'd also appreciate to know whether any of those individuals could be beyond 17 when they first enter your service and therefore may already have a driving licence. The second question is, it's been mentioned that you've taken an effort, supposedly. There has been comments that we can't take in from the audience because they're unfortunately not raised earlier, but it was raised by those that have spoken before that there had not been a consultation. There has been significant opposition from the residents within this cul-de-sac, of which they've mentioned there was no consultation. So my concern is, as a result, when there has been questions about that, can I ask why you've not then submitted further details to the planning authority, to the council, to detail that that was a consultation, given the fact that there is objections that hasn't been placed, but you're mentioning that you've spoken to residents in that street. So the questions are, first of all, in terms of whether individuals can enter your service having already potentially got a driving licence and whether they have access to that pool car. It sounds like they won't do. And the second question is, when it comes to consultation, you've mentioned there was some sort of informal consultation, but given there are objections, why it hasn't been mentioned to the planning authority, to the council, that consultation took place, because otherwise than that, we have no evidence that that actually took place at all.
Well, I think we did speak to the planner. We explained to Aaron, I think he's called. Yeah, he did. He was aware that some conversations had gone on with neighbours, particularly when the certificate B was served physically and that was rejected. He advised that it should be posted, recorded. So there were conversations, and he was aware about that.
And if you could answer my second question when coming back on that, which was about the pool car. Obviously, it sounds like you're going to clarify that it's only open to staff. And the second thing is whether individuals that could be in this property may join that, could come into your service having already procured a driving licence if they, for example, are beyond 17. I do have another question, but I want to answer that one.
again, depending on the vulnerability of the child, we don't know what children that we would have, but with our placement, like I did say, it is for low risk. However, if children, they do sign a contract, so one of the things that we go through would be, you know, the car, the property as a whole, and if they do have cars, they would be responsible to ensure that the car isn't parked there, because we would make it very clear to them at the point where they're placed. In fact, before they're placed, they do come in to visit the property, and they can choose whether they want to be there. So if it was a conversation where we had with them and they feel that they want their car to be parked there, then it would be a no. It might not be the right place for them. But they do have to take responsibility of their own property.
To answer the question about the pool car, the residents are not allowed to drive the pool car, just the staff to drive. Okay.
Councillor Firth.
Thank you very much. The reason I was asking that question, because unfortunately in the discussion it had become confused, and therefore we wanted to clarify that situation. I do have a slight concern that I will comment on later about access to supposed car parking spaces elsewhere on Town Street or otherwise, simply because of the fact that there are main roads. So we're talking about within this particular property. The one thing I did want to ask a clarification on, you said that earlier, I asked the question, why did you choose this property in particular? Could I ask how this property came into your purview, or how it came forward as a potential option for you, given the fact that you've mentioned that the previous property that you've had planning permission on was in LS8, which is in a different part of the city?
There are similar property. That property was built in 2011, and it is in an estate, similarly to this one. And so we do have people that source the properties, and we have someone that work alongside them to ensure that it's a good home for young people to live at. So it is almost identical to the one in LS8. It is a brand new building in similar sort of setting as well, semi-detached, 4-bedroom.
Councillor Anderson.
Just briefly, on page, have you got a copy of our report there or not? It's in, yeah, paragraph 2, first bullet point, on page 36 of our documentation. Page 36 of our documentation. That doesn't mean to say the version you've got, but there's the front page, and then we go on to a second page which is headed up introduction, then proposal, and it's paragraph 2, first bullet point.
I don't know if I've got the same document. I've got the one from the 19-page document. I thought we just. Is it this one? Yeah, but this one is just relevant to us, I think. So.
There you go. It's this page.
Oh, it's this page. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Except that this is an officer-written report, and that's the way the officers have it. But do you recognise the point that's been raised in paragraph 2, bullet point 1, that if you're going to take a range of between 16 and 25, and you're going to do everything you possibly can to have at any one time the 3 residents within a narrow band within that, so either 3 16-year-olds, 3 16, 17-year-olds, or etc., not 1 16, 1 20 and 1 25. Do you agree with what the officers set out there?
Yes, I think that was a comment from us. We did talk about the matching. So depending on the first child we have, we keep it to that range, the age range.
On this one is, so you start off with 3 16-year-olds to begin with, right? So for whatever period of time, and then one of them moves on because they are no longer needing the residential care home. Okay. How can you be sure that you will get a 16 or a 17-year-old, or maybe even 18 at a push, to come in, whereas as far as anybody's marketing is concerned, it could be up to 25. So how can we be reassured? Is it done by a condition, or is it done by contract?
This is vegging into a safeguarding question which is out of the permit of planning, councillor. That's not for planning to regulate. That's for the
All I'm
relevant.
doing is reporting back what the planning officer has said. It's not me that's saying this. I'm just going back to the planning officer.
No, okay, I'm just going to take some advice on this because that sounds more like a general safeguarding regulation question, and I'm not necessarily sure that should be in a report. Can I just take some advice on that, please, Nikki?
I think the question that Councillor Anderson is asking is a legitimate question. He's asking about the fact that there's a wide range of age groups that you could possibly seek as occupants, and how legitimately you'd be able to just take 16-year-olds because the window is so wide. This is about industry and your knowledge in terms of the operation, not safeguarding with respect, Chair.
Always happy to be corrected.
Absolutely. So I think just going back to the fact that it isn't just this property, we are registered for 16 to 25-year-olds. So when we look at the matching process, depending on each property, for example, if we have been placed with a 16-year-old in this property, like you said, 3 young 16-year-olds, and one was to, if there was a breakdown in that placement, we do wait. We don't have to take on someone that is 25 because we understand the impact that could have on the younger ones. So we wait if that, as the package is coming, this is why we have a matching process and we see if it's the right fit. Yeah.
Any follow-up? I think, did you have a question, Councillor Francis Mayor? No? Any other questions to the applicants before we move on to questions to the officers? That was a bit of a long one, and sorry if I was a bit stern with people, but we have a process to follow. So thank you very much for your time. Questions to the officers, please. And I know there were quite a few that I said should be questions to the officers. I hope you've remembered them. So questions to the officers. Yeah, Councillor Campbell.
Thank you.
You remember I asked a question in relation to a condition which prevented residents having a car, and you said that needs to be, that's a slightly technical one. I asked the question because I know this seems to be an issue for the other residents of the area. So I asked the question because I know that on previous applications, particularly on student accommodation for one, and certainly on a number of residential accommodation ones, we've actually introduced a condition which says there will be no car ownership. So could we do that now?
That's just what we were talking about, Councillor Campbell. I do apologise because we were thinking along exactly the same lines. So the answer to that is yes. We could do it as a condition. We could do it as a Section 106 agreement with the applicant, so we could restrict that. I mean, I think what the applicant was trying to say at the time was just simply because of the monies that are provided for the kids for their own spends, whether you agree to the word kids or not, up to 25. I think mine feels still like kids at 24, but anyway, yeah, the simple matter of fact, I think what they were trying to suggest, it was self-regulating, but yes, we could either impose a condition or with the applicant's agreement, we could have a Section 106 agreement. And I just wanted to also, on this particular point, having had a look at the site, obviously this morning, there is a lot of on-street parking availability in the near vicinity. So I don't think that the concerns that were raised regarding the carers are a problem. There's Prospect Terrace, which is pretty much unregulated. There are specific spaces, and that's just at the junction of the Chiltern cul-de-sac. And there are actually about 3 or 4 we saw on site virtually directly outside the property. But the other side of the road is actually completely unregulated too. So there is a lot of on-street parking availability in the very near vicinity.
Any follow-up, Councillor Campbell?
Well, that was a slightly more comprehensive answer than the one I was asking. So, because we got this raised quite specifically, and to stop us spending the next 20 minutes talking about it, we could, if we chose to do so, introduce a condition which prevented the residents from, which required the owners of the property to prevent the residents owning a car. And that would theoretically solve the issue in relation to whether they got a driving licence or they haven't got a driving licence. Just to make that very clear in everybody's mind so we don't have to spend another 20 minutes discussing it.
Yes.
I forgot who was next. I think it was Councillor Firth and then Councillor Manaka.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just ask, unfortunately I wasn't able to make the site visit this morning. There only seems to be double yellow lines all the way up to Chiltern Court, and then only north of Chiltern Court on Bagley Lane. Doesn't seem to be any parking availability, and also given that there are properties there, that's the only ones available. Is there pedestrian access from Chiltern Court to Town Street? Because therefore that means that it would be an even greater distance to get to on-street parking than what has been mentioned by the officer. And then the second point I'd like to ask is, given the particular mentions of restricted covenants and a Certificate B, and also a supposed consultation that took place, can I ask as a result whether the officers can give us an update on what that involves? Because it's concerning that if any consultation has taken place, and that was a serious complaint from the residents in this street, what the planning authority knows about it. Thank you.
Yeah, just to come back on those points, Councillor. In terms of pedestrian access, there is no access down the side of the property. There is a door, patio doors on the front of the property, so in theory any occupants could exit and enter the property on the frontage on Town Street. Having said that, if they don't want to do that, it is a very short walk round to the side onto Bagley Lane and then onto Town Street. In terms of Certificate B, just to let members know, really, there's a legal obligation when applicants submit planning applications to fill in the planning application form, and as part of that requirement on the application form towards the end, there is what's called an ownership certificate, and the applicant has to submit the correct ownership certificate to say whether they own it, or if they don't own it, or if they don't own it, who does. So there's generally 4 options, A, B, C and D. In majority of cases, most applicants sign Certificate A because they own the property. The legal obligation is for the applicant to serve the correct notice. It's not for the local planning authority to go chasing around whether they've checked that they own the property or not with Land Registry. So the onus is very much on an applicant to do that. In this instance, having checked the form, the applicant has submitted Certificate B, which would indicate they do not own the property, and they have to then serve notice on the owners that do own the property. They don't have to serve notice on adjoining land residents, adjoining neighbours or people in the local area. There is a slight query that officers have got, having been brought to our attention, because Certificate B has been signed and the address on Certificate B is listed as 16 Chiltern Court. Now, is that because it's the wrong address, or should it be served on the correct owner? So I think there's a question mark who actually owns the property and whether the correct ownership certificate has been signed. However, I think the important point for decision making is whether any third party has been prejudiced by any correct or incorrect certificate from submitting their comments and the local planning authority considering those. And I think in this instance, officers would advise that the local community and residents haven't been prejudiced with regard to that certificate. You talked about consultation. The local planning authority has carried out the required level of consultation in terms of procedures by advertising the application. The site notice was posted in Chiltern Court on the date set out in the report, so it was advertised, evident into the fact we've got 12 letters of objection, the majority of which come from residents in Chiltern Court. So I think in terms of decision making, we would say the balance of local I suppose thoughts on this proposal are that it weighs against the proposal. There are clearly no letters of representation submitted to the local planning authority that support the proposal. So at the moment the balance lies with regard to third party representations against the development. In terms of any further consultation that the applicant might have been carried out, I'm not aware of any other than what the applicant has said in their speech earlier today.
Follow up, Councillor?
Thank you very much. The reason I asked that question is because of the fact that that is a major consideration. I think it should be ruled out as a result of that being said, if there's been any local consultation, because there isn't any evidence of what that in terms of that being a consideration in my colleagues or anyone's discussions about that, simply whether we're going to approve or not. I don't see any evidence of that actually taking place, and it is contested whether that did. I also think that concerning that, I would also say that with the fact that it's been mentioned that the local ward council, ward member submitted a letter, that also should be noted why there might have been a significant response rather than the single
Could you turn it
posted
into a question rather
notice.
than a comment?
What I would also ask is, can I ask which door we're talking about to the rear of the property, given there are only patio door, and the patio door is walled in, and therefore there is no access to Town Street?
Sorry, I haven't got a... If I can just get a photograph up. You might be, I might stand to be corrected. I'll take the Chair's previous comments, if I may. I'm just... The patio door is on the... So it's the left-hand semi. We're looking at the patio door on the right-hand side.
So if you were to go to the next property down and look, the wall continues and is attached to the property.
Yeah, I can't confirm either one way or the other way. So if there isn't access to Town Street, I apologise if there was a factual error, but residents have the ability to walk down Chiltern Court, onto Bagley Lane and onto Town Street, as all the residents, as is the current situation at the moment, if it was occupied by a single family dwelling.
Steve?
Yeah, sorry. Two things. About the consultation process, it's up to members to put what weight they want on whether the consultation has been carried out by the applicant or not. We do have a statement of community involvement, which recommends that as a good thing to do, but unfortunately it's not mandatory. Therefore, if the applicant doesn't carry it out, it's not really a mandatory a planning consideration in which you could refuse the application, or indeed you could, if you wish, defer it for it to be carried out, but as I say, you wouldn't refuse it on that basis. And I just wanted to go back to the availability of car parking, because Jonathan does have Google Earth on his iPad here, and we were looking at to check my recollection of the car parking, because there was an issue raised about double yellow lines, I think, earlier on. In the pack, I've got the application drawing that shows the red line site boundaries. There is parking on street, on Town Street, just juxtaposed to the where I am assuming is the west, in front of the adjacent properties, which is specifically marked out. There is yellow lining, therefore TROs, to the east, but there is no restriction at all on the opposite side of Town Street for most of its length. And that's a similar situation on Prospect Terrace, which you would access off Chiltern. Sorry, the cul-de-sac, I've forgotten what the address is now offhand. So there is a lot of on-street parking actually available in the area and very close to the property. I'm just going to ask John here a quick question as well. Some of that parking that's indicated on street in that immediate area is actually boxed off by separated white lines, but we can see no signs that indicate the reasoning for that. Can you answer that? Sorry.
Yeah. No, you're right. I mean, there's no requirement for signs to be there unless there's a specific regulation order preventing parking at certain times, or preventing or only allowing certain users. So just because there's a boxed out area there doesn't mean that there should necessarily be a restriction attached to it. It just means that there's parking available there.
Any follow-up, Councillor? Councillor Manaka.
Thank you, Chair. And I think today, especially for this application, I keep on either questioning something that might not be material to the planning, but I see under proposal, page 37, the applicant advises that they will be registering the facility with Ofsted. Is it up to the officers to make sure that that is done, or it's not material to this? Because we know that if there is a registration with Ofsted, things would obviously, the worries that the neighbours have would be handled in a professional way, like, they check on all these things. Is it something that is a recommendation, or no, it's not material to the planning? Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Councillor, yeah. The simple answer is it's not material to the consideration of this plan application. It's not a prerequisite or a planning requisite. It's up to the applicant whether they choose to register it with Ofsted or not.
Any follow-up, Councillor? Any other questions to officers from colleagues? Councillor Hasselwood and then Councillor Parnham.
Apologies if I've missed this in all the questions and debate. Just on the covenant, we were just having a look, so apologies if I missed it. We were just having a look, and there are other businesses that are registered at Chiltern Court. We've just had a quick look. So I'm a bit confused as to this covenant, because the covenant says there can be no businesses run there, according to presentation. But there are businesses registered there, so I'm a little bit confused as to what's allowed and what's not allowed.
Yeah. I think it's similar to the last answer. Actually, it's for members who have had their panel training. Any covenants which exist on properties or premises are not material planning considerations. So I would disregard that in terms of your decision making.
Okay. I was just trying to
Sure.
clarify.
It's better to clarify, definitely.
Any follow-up? No. Councillor Parnham.
Yeah, thank you. Regarding the phrase young persons supported accommodation, obviously we all are aware as members there's a huge need for that. But is it up to the... I still listen to the defendant. Is it up to the... They felt like... I did feel they were on the back foot, to be honest. I felt sorry for them, but obviously we do need to scrutinise. But, for example, say three young adults with a learning disability are an entirely different proposition to three potentially other people. We kept talking about care and children, and I think that was a bit alarming to me, that there was no, certainty about that. But I suppose what I'm trying to say is, are we aware what kind of young people between 16 and 25, or is it a case of having the property and then the people make the application to adult social care and adult social care decide or contract? So do we have any idea about that? Because it will obviously make a big difference to the infrastructure as regards parking and neighbours, how it will affect them.
Yeah, what's for consideration today is a change of the property in terms of its use class. So the government many years ago has deemed that certain forms of residential type accommodation has been split into various use classes in Class C use class, and that includes hotels, B&Bs, dwelling houses, and for residential institutions it's classed as C2. So all we can consider is the operation of a C2 residential institution, if you like, a premises where the people occupying that cannot live by themselves and need some element of care, which can to some extent change depending on the nature of who occupies it. And in that regard, all that we can regularise, I suppose, is the age range from 16 to 25. And as to the severity and the complexities of needs on offer, I mean, that's not a planning decision. That's not for us to decide, and that's for the operator to make their professional judgment as to who is suitable for this premises in this location. So it's not something that we can really delve into in any depth. We're just considering a C2 use in a residential area. So I don't know if that sounds vague, but...
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Any follow-up?
So basically you're saying that adult social care would then place the people in greatest need with into the property and make a contract. It's not some kind of other way around, is it?
I'm not going to put my hand on my heart and say what the process is from adult social care and how they operate. That's not...
It's an entirely separate process. There's supported accommodation regulations, which a different directorate and arm of the council deal with. What you're concerned with here today is the structural element of this change of use and whether it can cater for that.
Any further follow-up? No. Councillor Anderson?
Right. Forget about the word consultation is one thing, but how were the residents notified that this application was on the go? Sometimes you'll deliver letters to the individual houses. In other cases, you'll put a site notice up and it's up to the residents. How was that achieved in this instance?
Yeah, that was a site notice placed in Chiltern Court on the 5th of July of this year, Councillor.
Right, okay, fine. What I have concerns about the lack of usable recreational space. Why is that not something that officers share my concern?
Okay, at the moment, to go back to the questions, I think to the applicants earlier, you mentioned the fact that the usable garden area wasn't that big, and perhaps today, if we'd had an application for a new house, that wouldn't be accepted. I think they probably share those concerns. However, the property that does exist at the moment probably wouldn't be called or class it as a garden. It's more of a, I think, sunken courtyard, I think is probably the better phrase. So its lawful use at the moment is as a C3 dwelling. Now that could be occupied by a family with young children. And you could say actually that courtyard at the moment isn't that suitable for young children. It isn't very big. And as children get older, myself, I've got 2 teenage boys, they tend not to use the garden. So you could say actually it's more suited to younger people or young adults, rather than actually a family that might have children that might be 6, 7, 8, 9 years old. So I think we've used that balance there, and I think there's no discernible difference. In fact, it's maybe more suitable for older children than younger children.
Chair, just briefly on this. I mean, we're getting into quantums, I suppose, in this respect, but Adam makes a valid point there, but actually, on site, there is enough area in that yard to put out a table and chairs for 4 plus 6 people. So there is an area for people to sit out at the back of the property that is actually usable. And if it's older persons, I'm not sure they're going to be kicking a football about in it, to be honest with you, anyway. So there is space there. But yes, members have got to make a view as to whether they think that's adequate.
Any follow-up, councillor?
Of the point was raised, I'll put it that way, by residents about potential antisocial behaviour. And as I say, I was aware of one that affected my ward and across the road in another ward, where the police were effectively there every single night for about 6, 7, 8 weeks. They were being called out. What is the view of the police and antisocial behaviour about these? Because we're getting more and more of them. Have they reached any conclusion yet about the antisocial behaviour effects on properties like this being put into mainly residential areas?
Yes, you're right. We are receiving more of these applications. I've noted that over the past couple of years. I would certainly direct you to the panel report. Sorry, I haven't got the page number on my section, but we did lose an appeal in terms of noise and disturbance, which you could associate with antisocial behaviour. And I think in that respect, you could say the inspector give that limited weight because there wasn't any evidence before him or her for that particular property. So I think in this respect, we're not aware of any antisocial behaviour issues associated with the applicant, and it would be wrong to surmise from officers that that would be the case. So I think at the moment we haven't got any evidence to suggest, certainly compelling evidence, that this proposal would lead to antisocial behaviour. Certainly no more so than occupation by a single family dwelling.
Sorry, can I intervene again? Just referring members to page 39 of the report, and it's the third substantive paragraph in italics which makes reference to an appeal. And it says, it is argued that the potential emotional and behavioural difficulties of a child at the property would contribute to adverse and excessive noise and disturbance within the property from neighbouring occupiers, which I think is the point that's been raised. However, I have seen no substantive evidence to support this, and furthermore, whilst the children likely to reside at the property may have difficulties, I find it unreasonable to assume that such behavioural and emotional needs would inevitably result in antisocial behaviour and excessive noise. So that's the general take on it in terms of from the inspectorate, but also I think from ourselves as officers, whether the people that may be occupying this have such needs, you shouldn't immediately jump to a conclusion that that's necessarily going to be an issue for the police.
Fine, okay.
Any follow?
Right, 2 more to go. Right, the major important one is we had an application in the same ward recently, and when that planning application came forward, I asked, can we have a strategic policy document brought to our attention so that we can look at all the pros and cons of this type of development, because as Adam has just conceded, there are more and more of these coming forward. We have had a development plans panel meeting since then, but no such policy was brought forward for us to develop. Why? Because we need one, because we're getting more and more of those and it would stop some of the debate we're having today if we've got a strategic plan that says this is the thing you consider, these are the things you don't consider, you know, blah, blah, blah. Why has that not happened?
Can I bring Jonathan in, please?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. It's something that's been raised with us previously at a previous Plans Panel, and it's something that has been discussed at the Plans Panel Chairs meeting, which happens every month. Officers within our policy team are looking at this issue, which has been raised directly by other members as well. So it's certainly something that will be coming forward in due course. I can't give you a date as to when that will be. That depends on other people's workloads and work programmes, but it's certainly something that's been looked at in terms of the level of concentrations within specific areas of the city and the potential impacts or not of such proposals on local communities. So that is a piece of work that will be in hand. So I'm not able to give you timescales, not being the relative officers capable of dealing with that, but yeah, it's certainly something that's been looked at.
Because the reason I was asking that was the point that Mr. Butler tried to was okay. There is no evidence, substantial evidence, one way or the other. There is no evidence one way or the other. But by carrying out this analysis to develop a policy, we will then be able to get evidence as to whether or not there has ever been any evidence, and if so, what the potential impacts of that were. So that's that one, right? So the final one is enforcement. We heard a view that this had been used as an Airbnb. We also heard concerns that residents had raised concerns about what's been happening in the area. What level of enforcement action has been taken in this area in the past, and what measures have been put in to mitigate against that? Because if it was an Airbnb, there would definitely be vehicle movements. So what's been the progress based on the enforcement action and the reports that have been made by local residents?
Yeah, I'm not aware of any actual formal enforcement file in relation to any breach of planning control. So it was first knowledge of myself that it was being used as an Airbnb, which in itself, in my opinion, would require a change of use. Having said that, it seems as though from the applicant's point of view that use has ceased. So looks like at some point there was an unauthorised change of use of the property that happened, wasn't reported, so it wasn't investigated.
Sorry, just to also add though, we are determining the application that's in front of us, not the Airbnb.
The point I'm making is that if this had been if the Airbnb had been investigated and planning enforcement, as they often do, turned around and said it wasn't in the public interest to take any further action, for whatever reason, we could have a debate about the rights and wrongs of that. That would have then set the precedent in my mind that a business here is an acceptable use. Whether I know other people might have different views, but that was my logic of my argument, was that if enforcement had reached the conclusion, much as I might disagree with it, that it is okay to operate a business at this premise, a lot of the discussion we've had today would not necessarily have as much weight on it as we currently appear to be putting on it.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Anderson. I think that actually has been helpful, isn't it, to the points that we were trying to make. But the reality is an Airbnb does operate quite differently to what's in front of us here. So I don't think it would set the tone as you're suggesting, because we know throughout the city that we have had difficulties with Airbnb and antisocial behaviour because they are very transient populations that occupy for very short periods, and of course whatever harm they create in the community, they're gone within days if that. So I thank you for that, it was helpful, but I'm not sure it actually does set the tone as you suggest. Thank you.
Any other questions to officers? Councillor Campbell and then Councillor Fair.
Yeah, actually, a lot of Airbnbs, certainly the ones I've had problems with in my ward, this would be a much better alternative. Two questions, I suppose. I was going to ask if we could wind back to a photograph, but Daniel appears to feel the need to get his picture on the screen. So, right, let's go back to my question. Sorry,
it's not working properly at the moment. That's why it'll be back.
Ah, well, that's technology for you. The issue's been raised about, in effect, visitors to site who are not residents and not actually employed within the building, i.e. the social worker. Now, I suppose most of us would take the view that it's, you know, lots of people, everybody's house gets a visitor from time to time. Sometimes they book, sometimes not. If you're really lucky, you might even get the doctor come round to see you. But when we were on site today, we stopped on Town Street, got out of the car, looked at the vehicle. I must admit, I thought there was an entrance to the front of the building. Given that seems to be the ideal, the free spaces at the front seem to me the ideal place where you might encourage a visitor to stop, because there was nobody parked there while we were there. Could we condition that actually the developer creates an access to what are patio doors at the front, because that would actually be a benefit, because it would enable the residents to get in and out if there was an issue. Could we condition that? That's the first question.
So, yeah, you can't condition where people park, but what you can do is make proposals more attractive to facilitate them to park closer. So, yes, you could condition that to provide a better quality pedestrian access on the frontage. So, yes.
The second question relates to the parking requirements off C3 and C2. And on site it was explained to me about the parking regulations or the parking conditions that we can impose on a C2 use and what that covers. So I think it would be useful for members if you were to explain to us what the regulations are in relation to C2 use.
Yeah, simply, parking requirements for C2 use is 1 space per 3 residents. And that doesn't mean that they're residents' spaces. They're spaces allowed for that development, quantified by the number of residents that are dwelling there.
So can I get it clear? That 1 space that theoretically should be provided with this development is either for the people who live there and are residents or the people who work there. That there's no distinction within the law in relation to that.
There's no distinction within the policy. It's just quantified by the number of residents. It doesn't say that those spaces are for residents, and in most C2 situations it would be for staff.
Right, do we have any more questions? Councillor, could you please be mercifully quick, because we have had a request for a comfort break, so after we've done the questions before we go on to comments, we're going to have a comfort break, so please be mercifully quick.
I would hope that also the process is followed if there are any questions that members want to ask, but I do appreciate that consideration. You mentioned about a certificate B being potentially not correctly submitted. Could I just ask whether there are any particular implications that would have for the application? And also, I'll reserve the rest for comments. Thank you.
So I think if members are minded to accept the recommendation, I'm not saying they are or they aren't just yet, but I would suggest that the recommendation is to defer and delegate to the Chief Planning Officer, subject to the correct ownership certificate being submitted.
Any follow-up?
So, for example, in that particular case, it would have no impact on the application, given that if the correct form has not been submitted.
Correct. I think the test is whether any third party has been prejudiced by the signing of the correct or incorrect certificate, and I think the officer advises that isn't the case. No one has been prejudiced by submitting their comments, and for the LPA to take those into consideration.
If it helps more simply, it's to make people aware of the application, and I think regardless of whether the certificate of B is being served, people are now aware, so an easy way to correct that will be to get it submitted retrospectively, but it doesn't really make any impact.
Thank you for that clarification. You say that people are aware, but can I just clarify, have we made that clear to those residents that on the notice that was published, on what it believes that only the ward member has written to the members that have that street, how are they, members of the public, supposed to be aware other than clarifying it at this meeting?
I think the 12 objections evidence that, Chair.
Any follow-up, Councillor? No. Any other questions to officers before I call a 10-minute comfort break? Okay, so we're going to go and have a 10-minute comfort break. If you could be back for a quarter to, please, and then we'll go on to comments. So thank you for that. Moving on to comments then. Any comments from members, please? If you can remember back to 10 minutes ago. Any comments? Councillor Anderson?
Right, I mean, certainly I'm not happy with this application. The reason I'm not happy with it is I do think we need a better overall policy setting out what we should and shouldn't be looking at in terms of this. I do have concerns about the potential car parking implications of this, bearing in mind the location of it. And in terms of the consultation, I am concerned that based on what my understanding is, it was local ward members that brought it, or a member in precise, who brought it to the attention of residents. They did not see the notice that was posted in an area that couldn't be seen. So there doesn't seem to have been any proper consultation of any degree on there. I'm also concerned that the lack of usable recreation space isn't there, and that if this, you know, in a way, we're the victims of whoever allowed the planning permission of these properties in the first place, because if it was coming to us today, I don't think we would be happy with it, but we've got what we've got. And also, I am concerned about what's going to happen in the future in terms of enforcement action or noise nuisance or various other things that might occur. I accept what the previous inspector said in terms of the notice, but that's where, in my view, if we had the consolidated citywide policy, those arguments would be put to bed. So I can't support it in its current format.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Any other comments from any members? Councillor Firth and then Councillor Campbell. You want to? Councillor Campbell then first, and then Councillor Firth. Someone stop being gentlemanlike and just. There we go, Councillor Campbell.
Take a deep breath, Colin. You know, it's really depressing for me, and I must have sat through nearly 24 of these, well, that's perhaps a slight exaggeration, but at least a dozen of these applications where we've had people come to us and put in an application to, in effect, convert a 4- or 5-bedroom house into a 3-bedroom, effectively, home for vulnerable individuals. And we spend hours and hours and hours arguing around it. And if I'm honest, and this is going to win me no friends in Rodley at all, I feel that local residents have their feelings whipped up in relation to what the sort of people who will live in these units are like. And I take the view that if there was a proposal now for this house, and we said the condition about age is you can have children of 0 to 10 years old who have sight impaired or hearing impaired, nobody will be raising an issue. It's this magical thing about 16 to 25-year-olds, as though somehow, once you get to 16, all the problems go away, all the issues go away. They certainly don't. We're talking about very vulnerable individuals who we're trying to protect and integrate into society. And, you know, when people read the phrase high risk or low risk, they ought to assume it's a risk to them. Actually, it's not. It's the people involved. It's the 3 individuals who will live here who are at risk. It's not the people round about them. It's the people who are there who are at risk. And so I have to say to myself, and I say that every time in relation to this type of application, how is it different from a situation if a normal, if there is such a thing, family moved in. And we all know about normal families, and we all know that you can have some very interesting normal families who it might be unfortunate for you to live next to, who have younger members of the family who are an absolute pain in the... I suppose the difference here is there are paid staff on site to support these individuals in a more measured and perhaps more structured way than you might get with certain families. And so, as there actually is no difference, or there appears to be no difference about what might happen with a normal family and what might happen with this, which is a bit of a family in a way, because these young people need family support. The fact that they aren't getting family support means that effectively this company, let's be honest, this company has to provide that for them. And it's in their interests, and we should be supporting that principle, that if this person needs family support, they get family support. When I first read this, if I'm honest with you, I said to myself, there's going to be a car parking issue here, because it's obvious that this is a restricted site. We went along today, and there are car parking issues around the wider area. I don't think we can use this application to try and deal with that. It's an issue because of the way the estate was designed. We wouldn't do it like that now, but that was how it is. We've got what we've got, and with the increase in car ownership, there is extreme pressure on car parking spaces in that area. I accept that, but that isn't a planning reason for saying to somebody, you can't move in there. So there's no regulation that says, there's no covenant on the site which says, if you move into this house, you're only allowed one car with your 5 kids or whatever it might be. You know, if you move into this house, you may end up with 5 cars. And I think we have to be mindful of that. And so, what other reason is there to refuse the application? Quite frankly, and Barry has a point. I think Barry does have a point. Well, 2 points actually. Initially around policy, and I do think because there are more and more of the type of accommodations coming forward, we need to sit down and get a policy knocked out. So we've got something very clear to deal with and very clear to show to the public, and on which we will consult, so that we have some clear guidelines. And the second point relates to amenity space. So I originally said to myself, there doesn't look to be a lot of garden here, and there isn't a lot of garden. And you then go back to this question that if you were a couple buying this house for yourself and your 3 children, would you say to yourself, I'm not buying this house because the back garden's not very big? And I'm not sure people would, to be honest. And so I'm quite happy to propose the officer's recommendation with 2 extra conditions. One relates to car ownership of residents, which we've already touched on, and the second one relates to an entrance to the front to improve the amenity. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. Before I ask for a second for that, I did, so there were people that wanted to indicate they wanted to make a comment. So I'm going to ask for that, and then I'm going to ask for a seconder to that. Councillor Francis May, I believe you were next, and then Councillor... Oh, no, it was Councillor Firth, then Councillor Francis May. So you spoke for so long. No, you were next.
I'm going to be a gentleman.
So I just want to make a comment regarding where we are as a city. So in 2019, we were the first local authority to receive outstanding from Ofsted regarding the services we provide for care. A lot of those young people would have been, in 2019, 11 years old. And one thing that the report states is that Leeds adult learners gain valuable skills which often transform their lives. It continues to praise the service for learners benefiting from a highly ambitious curriculum that meets a diverse range of needs across the city, that widens participation in learning, improves life chances and stronger communities. And some of those young people that could go into this residential home at the age of 16 would have been 11 when that report comes out. So there is a place for this. So I am in support of application.
Thank you. Councillor Firth.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm a new member of this board, and whenever we look to support or oppose any application, it has to be on material planning considerations. This is not Leeds City Council that are taking this property on. It is a private organisation, so therefore, unfortunately, I have to disagree with the relevance of that particular point, although I do appreciate we need to support those across our city. I also am concerned about the points raised by Councillor Campbell, because to disregard concerns of people based on preconceived views of how they may see certain things, the fact is we've had 13 out of 15 potential oppositions in one street come forward at that same time. The material considerations that we have clearly on the table are around traffic and parking issues. Now, I have serious concern about actually raising that we then use the patio door to then open it up to the main street on Town Street, and therefore wouldn't be in support of that in particular. The sustainability of this property has to be brought into this. We can talk about extreme pressure for these particular properties. We can talk about we wouldn't design it this way. We can have a direct impact through this application on this particular property and this particular street. And for reasons that are not relevant to this materially, to this particular planning application, we should therefore, in my opinion, unfortunately, have to turn it down. This is a property at the very corner of a cul-de-sac with no access to Town Street, unless that's potentially brought in, but I disagree with the way it would be brought in. If you want to talk about particular points about availabilities of properties for families across the city, to downgrade a property that has 5 bedrooms to only use for 3 is part of that particular similar concern. And then the wider, there's only going to be 3 residents in this particular property. And a staff member, so 4 bedrooms out of 5. So in the particular look of all of where this comes to it, we then have the wider consideration of also that there has not been any consultation at all that is clearly evidenced with the residents here. There was one particular notice that all of those, as far as I'm aware, and also noted by the individual who has come today with the ward member, that the single sign that was put up was not visible or not seen, and that the only way in which they were able to be aware was through actually their own ward member. Regardless of whether further consultation has taken place, the authority has confirmed that there is no evidence that they're aware of that took place, and ultimately, as a result, my concern is that if they wanted to help to settle any fears about it, that supposedly Councillor Campbell has raised that people have been whipped up, then my view is, why has it not been done in the meantime to settle that? There are serious material considerations on the table, and I feel they're the reason that, unfortunately, I wasn't quick enough. I would have proposed a counter proposal to say that, unfortunately, on this occasion, we have to turn it down. Well, can I put a can? Well, shall I put it on the I'd like to put on the table on that basis that we
You're
have...
entitled, Councillor, to put forward any proposal that you wish.
I'd like to put forward a proposal that we reject this application on those material considerations.
Could you just summarise those material considerations so that it's clear what members potentially would be voting on if they wish to second that?
Yep. And particularly on traffic and parking, travel, parking, and the wider views on those that we've raised already in this particular case.
And before I invite a second to that, I'm going to ask the final comment, which is, I believe, from Councillor Hesselwood, and then I'll ask for the seconds to those two proposals, and then we'll go to the relevant votes. Oh, sorry.
So, okay, so we've got two motions. We've got that haven't been seconded.
That haven't been seconded yet, because I asked
so it
for
just needs to be, there needs to be some clarity for the members as before.
Yeah. So it's going to be Councillor, and then we'll vote on the motions in order, and I'll ask for the seconds in order. So Councillor Hesselwood.
I just want to thank Councillor Campbell for summing the whole situation up really well. I really echo some of the things that he said. Cross-party here, Colin. No, and then Councillor First, some of the comments you've made, I think there is a lot of unconscious, I know I don't agree with them, sorry Gary, I think there's a lot of unconscious bias in some of the objections that we've received, and I think Councillor Campbell summed that up well, in that people's perception is of what this may be, as opposed to, in reality, what it will be. You know, all our children deserve to live in a family home. You know, I've got an 18 and a 16-year-old. When their friends come round, we probably make more noise than any other family in the street if you get all their friends together. But all our, you know, they live in a family home, and all our children in this city deserve to live in that setting, the same as everybody else. And I think Colin summed it up really well. And I do think there is some unconscious bias in the objections here. And for that reason, I will second Councillor Campbell's proposal that we go with officer's recommendation with his with the I think you added 2 conditions in there, Colin.
Right. On that basis, just want to clarify, because obviously we've had. Can I ask for a second for the second one in case the first vote fails now, and then we go to the second one? Or no? Okay, so I have to go do the ones that have been proposed first, and if that fails, then we go to the second.
You've got 2 motions.
Yeah.
On it. You've had 2 motions. Councillor Campbell's and then Councillor Firth.
Yes.
Councillor Campbell's motion has been seconded. Councillor Firth's motion has not been seconded. They must be taken in the order in which they appear and are voted on. We now have a motion that can go to the vote.
Okay. So, Steve, would you like to sum up where we are before we go to that vote on that amended motion, please?
Yeah, as Nicky's just said, sorry, been a long day already. As Nicky's just said, because this has been moved and seconded, which is the officer's recommendation for approval, that would be taken first, with the extra condition regarding the breaking the wall for pedestrian access, which I'd just like to consult, I think, and perhaps bring back to the chair to make sure there are no highway safety issues in terms of doing that. But I suspect because of the car parking, that's okay, isn't it? Yeah, so that's that condition which we'd add. And I think regarding the other condition, which I think was raised by both Councillor Anderson and Councillor Campbell, I think that might be better Section 106 agreement to ensure its enforceability regarding the residents not owning their own cars whilst in care of the property.
Councillor Firth, very quickly.
Although I may have put a contentious separate motion down on the table, I just wonder whether members who may support Councillor Campbell and Councillor Hesselwood may be willing to look at, if possible, that the fence that the property also has is looked at as an entrance rather than removing the wall, given that it was put there for a particular reason, be that aesthetic or even more serious reasons, if that be an option before taking such a drastic decision.
I simply said an entrance. The most appropriate location is obviously for discussion, isn't it?
And would you be happy for that to be delegated to officers to address? Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, just a quick clarification on what Councillor Firth said. Sorry, what do you mean by the fence? Sorry, Councillor Firth. Because on ours it's like a hit and miss pillared wall with concrete railings at the upper level. I can't see a fence. Sorry.
So is there no? There seems to be a ginnel between the property and the property there, with the blue door to the wet thing.
The difficulty with that is that is a car parking space to the property with the blue door. So therefore there will be an issue about ownership if you were to put an access onto that, whereas if you were to take it onto the street, providing any steps were not obstructing the highway, that could be done. But yeah, where you're suggesting it goes onto third party land, it's not in the ownership of the applicant.
No problem.
Okay.
And could we then clarify that property where the room is with the patio doors is not used as a bedroom?
It's not on. Adam's just advised me because I didn't know that detail. It's not on the shown on the floor plans as a bedroom, but one of the reasons for not providing with the floor plans, which we normally do, we didn't actually think the way they were drawn you would actually be able to see it on this machinery. To be honest with you, so we're not hiding anything. It's just that we didn't think they were good enough quality to be able to read on the screens.
So, we're in a position that we have a proposal and a seconder for a motion to approve subject to the additional conditionality which has just been advised. So I'm going to go and call to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? And any abstentions? So thank you. That is, I believe, passing of the substantial of the motion now, the amended motion. So we're on to the next agenda item. Item number 9, New Old Church Hall, New Old Car Road, Otley, LS21 2AF. Could I ask the officer to present the application, please?
Thank you, Chair. The application before members is for the conversion of Newell Church Hall to form 2 dwellings and the development of the land to the rear to build a further 4 dwellings. The application is brought to Plans Panel as the development involves the development of an area of protected natural green space allocated in the site allocations plan and as such is contrary to the development plan. The recommendation is to defer and delegate approval to enable completion of the advertisement period of the application as a departure from the development plan. So just to move on to the slides. So just an area of image of Otley there, just to give you some context for the site. Otley Town Centre. The site here is this site here, to the north of the river, close to Wharfdale Hospital, Prince Henry Grammar School. The wider area is predominantly residential in character. I just draw members' attention to Otley Plantation, which those on the site visit I think saw on the way back from the site visit earlier. So that's to the east of the site. Just a closer look of the site. The site comprises of Newell Church Hall, fronting Newell Car Road. This is the area of protected green space, which encompasses the whole site, including the area around the church. To the north of the site are semi-detached residential properties on the Crescent, and directly opposite the properties on Croft Drive. The area to the south of the site is an area of protected green space, playing fields. And it's probably worth pointing out that there's some history to the site, and the site was previously the site of Otley Old Hall, which was demolished prior to the construction of the church hall. Some images. This is an image of the site from Newell Car Road. You see the attractive church hall there with stone, attractive architectural detailing, stone to the front, stone wall to the front, and trees bounding the site. Some more images taken from the south of the site on the area of green space. You can see the church hall there with the large roof buttresses, so the architectural detailing, and again just a view of the site, looking across the site, and they're the properties on the Crescent to the north. Just a few more images. Image of the site. You can see the plain area to the south of the site, and you can see that this time of year, this is taken, I think, in August. The sites.
Sorry, Lawrence, might I just interrupt? All of these drawings are actually showing across this
playing field, and you keep referring to across the site. That is not part of the site, is it? This field, it's in the distance.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
not.
just
No,
sorry to
it's not.
clarify that.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, the playing field's outside the site. The site is the area defined by the trees there. And just another view of the site. You can see the properties to there. This is a view from within the site, taken from the rear of the church hall, looking down the site. You can see that it's overgrown sort of grassland. Members on the site visit, they can see that it is overgrown with no public access. So to the development itself. So the development involves the creation of new access to the north of the church hall, with the church being converted into two-bedroom properties, with garden space for the two properties to the south and to the east. Car parking spaces are further to the east. Within the centre of the site, we've got two three-bedroom properties, and then down towards the end of the site is a large four-bedroom semi-detached properties. The site's been developed to try and achieve a strong sense of street scene within the site, and also to take in account of views which were afforded from the south public open space. Just images of the development. The church hall, as you say, it was deemed a non-designated heritage asset for its architectural quality and its sort of significance in the community. So the proposal is very minimal changes, largely roof lights on the north and south roof planes to facilitate bedrooms in the roof space, and a new floor going into the church hall space to create a ground and a first floor. But other than that, very limited changes to the external parents. These are the three-bedroom detached properties within the centre of the site. So traditional vernacular with stone and slate, stone mullions, stone heads and sills, and other nice architectural details, sort of included sort of projecting bays. And these have been designed with gables to the front and the rear, sort of a nod to the fact that the sort of dual aspects, as you get views from within the site and from the south. And these are the large four-bedroom detached properties at the head of the new development. Again, nice traditional vernacular stone slate, gable elements. You can see here that how the south property has been designed with further gable on the south side where it overlooks the park to add architectural interest there, and also to take advantage of the views across the park into the Chev and beyond. Just to give you some idea of how the site's developed through the application process, there has been some negotiation with the applicant. As it was originally submitted, we had a scheme with two properties in the centre and carports, and it was felt, with discussion with design, that it led to a sort of incoherent development and didn't create a strong street scene. So we've developed the design of the properties and the layout to strengthen that the street scene within the site, and to omit the carports, as these were deemed unnecessary. Also, we really strengthened the boundary treatment of the site and trying to configure the garden spaces to give good quality garden spaces, and all boundary treatments are going to be native hedging, black open railings at the front, and the restoration of the stone wall between the site and the neighbouring open space. Just again, some images that have come out bit stretched, but this was the properties, the detached properties as submitted, and we just felt that the detail and the form what wasn't appropriate, so it's been developed to a more traditional form of vernacular with the features discussed previously. As I mentioned in the opening, the site was the site of Old New Hall, which was a significant building, like I say, demolished, I think, in the early 20th century. So as such, there's potential for archaeological remains or significance on the site. So the applicant, following discussions with West Yorkshire Archaeological, has done an initial scan of the site to ascertain whether there are any areas of interest within the site, and have come up with a desktop plan to identify where excavation trenches should be built, should be undertaken to do the archaeological research prior to any commencement of development. So that's the scheme. So to conclude, it is clear that the decision to allow the development of the site would be very much an unbalanced decision. Significant weight needs to be given to the site's designation as natural green space within the site allocation plan and the protection of development from policy G6 of the Leeds core strategy. Weight needs to be given to the Otley neighbourhood plan and relevant appeal decision as is laid out in the report. Weight also needs to be given to the loss of the community use of the church hall, but this needs to be balanced against the sympathetic conversion of this non-designated heritage asset. And finally, the creation of a well-designed small-scale residential development within an existing residential area of Otley with convenient access to Otley town centre should be given weight in favour of the development. So when weighing up all these material issues, it is considered that the benefits of the scheme outweigh the harm resulting from the loss of the area of natural green space. As such, it is recommended that, on balance, planning permission should be granted, subject to conditions and the completion of the required advertisement period for a departure from the development plan. For that, Chair, I'll pass back.
Thank you very much for that. We do have people speaking for and against this application, so can I invite Francis Emery to the table, who is speaking in objection to the application. Once you're ready, you will have 4 minutes to present your case.
Thank you. The report states that attractive open outlook over the public park will ensure that the occupants of the new houses will benefit from a good quality living environment. But what about the present and future residents of the Crescent? They are going to be denied that active open outlook and good quality living environment and have it replaced by houses overlooking their properties and intruding on their privacy. The partially hidden entrance exit road situated on the brow of a hill will make it a dangerous junction to negotiate for pedestrians, cyclists, wagons and motor vehicles using an extremely busy main road into and out of Otley. The field is home to many species of wildlife, including butterflies, toads, field mice and hedgehogs. The church hall is still occupied by bats that regularly fly around on a night after dark, and the hooting of owls can often be heard. If houses were built and the hall converted it would destroy the natural habitats for these creatures. Prior to the current ownership, Newhall Church Hall was a big part of the community. The hall was in regular use day and night as a community space for martial arts, choral societies, slimming world, band rehearsals, and of course polling station, to name but a few of the many activities. Despite the marketing campaign by the new owner suggesting the hall was available to hire, when you rang the inquiry number advertised, it was clear the property was not available at any time. In recent years, there has been a lot of housing development on both Newhall and Western Estate. How 4 more houses and 2 flats built on green space land with a dangerous junction to negotiate is going to be beneficial to anybody is beyond me, especially when there are plans for a massive housing development east of Otley. I believe this proposed development is in the wrong place from a safety and environmental point of view, and I recommend the development should be refused. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time, and by the sounds of it, very short and in the 4 minutes, which is always nice. So, questions to the objector from councillors, please. Any questions? Yeah, Councillor Campbell.
Well done, Mr. Emmons. You managed to get exactly 4 minutes there. I think you're probably the first one to this afternoon. I appreciate you've lived in the area for some time, and your family before you. Can you please describe to me, and by extension the rest of the panel, what the area behind the church halls has been used for during your lifetime?
Yes, sir. Many years ago, it was used as green space land for allotments that the residents of the Crescent or anybody else could hire from the council for £0.50 a year. It was then used for it was then used before then as a play park before the council built a new play park on the land adjoining this. In 1999, the residents of the Crescent were approached by, I presume it was somebody from Otley Town Council, proposing that the park, the land, be converted into a Millennium Park for the benefit of people on Newhall, Western or anywhere else. And part of the church hall was going to be made into a tea room. That subsequently didn't happen. All the way through me living on the Crescent, which will be approximately 46 years, that land has been used and operated in various guises by the council. In 2018, 2018, we suddenly got a letter from the church saying that due to the lack of Leeds or the council, right, looking after the land, they were going to take it back from the council and develop the land. The original plans from the church were to build 12 houses and to convert the church hall into 2 flats. That was subsequently disappeared, and we heard nothing else until the land has been sold to a developer, and that developer wanted to build 8 houses. Has anybody been and seen this piece of land? You can see how small it is, right? That was subsequently withdrawn by the developer, and it went down to 6 houses. Now it's down to 4 houses and 2 flats. Anybody that lives...
I think you've answered Campbell's point, and you're going into other points, and I'm aware other members may wish to ask questions, so sorry to cut you short, but I am conscious other people may wish to ask questions. Any follow-up questions, Councillor Campbell? Any other questions from any other members? No? So thank you very much for your time. We do have the applicant here. Can I ask Sam Revan to come up? You'll have 4 minutes once you've started. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and members of the committee for your time today, and officers who have worked with us towards this recommendation for approval. I'm here today on behalf of Johnson Moat, speaking as the planning agent in support of the application. The site was formerly a Sunday school church hall and is now privately owned by the applicant, having been purchased from the Parochial Church Council. They stated publicly at the time that the hall was being underused for the past 20 years. The property has been marketed for over 12 months for community use, and no meaningful offers come forward. The applicant is a family-run building firm based in Otley, and they are now seeking to redevelop the site to avoid the church hall continuing to deteriorate and the associated land attracting illegal trespassers and antisocial uses. It's acknowledged that the site holds historical interest, with Newhall Hall being identified as a non-designated heritage asset, and the revised proposals now seek to return and convert the property into 2 dwellings. The land to the rear has not been considered suitable to merit designation as local green space in the Otley Neighbourhood Plan, and having consideration for bringing forward a cohesive development, it is proposed that 4 bespoke dwellings are brought forward on this land. We are well aware of the site constraints identified through the pre-application and consultation responses. We are grateful for the feedback received throughout the application to ensure that a deliverable and well-designed scheme could be achieved. As a result of many detailed discussions and meetings with officers, as well as following the guidance of Leeds SPDs, we consider that the proposal will deliver a high-quality development which retains historic features, introduces high-quality landscaping to achieve a 23% biodiversity net gain, and provides a varied mix of housing to meet local needs. The proposed new build properties within the site will have traditional pitch slate roofs, natural stone walls and stone heads and sills. The intention is to use high-quality materials to reflect the existing character of the area, and the proposed layout will ensure good levels of residential amenity are achieved for neighbouring and future residents in line with the separation distances set out in the Neighbourhoods for Living SPD. There have been no objections from statutory consultees in relation to technical matters. Therefore, it's considered that no technical issues would prevent the sustainable development of this site. And with all that taken into account, I'm here to support the officer's recommendation for approval.
Thank you very much for that. So I'm going to open it up to questions to the applicant. Any questions from members? Councillor Campbell.
Can I just ask you about the claimed biodiversity net gain? What are you using as the baseline to claim the, you said 23%? Is that the baseline as is now, or the baseline as was before the owner cleared the site?
I'm not aware of the site being cleared, but the baseline will be from when the application was submitted, as in line with policy at the time. And just to further that as well, because the application was actually submitted before the Environment Act came into place this year, there is no requirement for the 10% net gain. That is, above what is required of just a net gain on this site.
Any follow-up? Any other questions from councillors? Councillor Firth?
There's been significant requirements asked from and requests made by multiple bodies, including the Town Council and others, and also the West Yorkshire Archaeological Service, asking for a full archaeological exploration to take place before even determination takes place of this application. Can I ask, is there a particular reason why that hasn't been undertaken yet?
Just
before even bringing this forward.
Just before you come to that, can I ask members of the audience not to approach councillors during the proceedings of this meeting once they come up to the panel, please? That's not appropriate. If you would like to continue, please.
So there was a request, like you say, from the West Yorkshire Archaeological Service, and following that we provided a written scheme of investigation to them, which concluded that the potential for archaeological remains was low to moderate, and the actual value of those remains would be low to moderate as well. And actually, through agreeing that WSI now with the Archaeological Service, they then agreed that a pre-commencement dig would be appropriate for this site.
Any follow-up?
Can I ask? Well, I don't believe that's fully reflected in the papers as a result of that. So can I ask as well, in terms of particularly bringing this forward, obviously you've got this particular land, we've designated it, as has been talked about, as natural green space, and as a result, could you just go into a bit more detail about how you believe there will be a biodiversity net gain as a result of clearing what the council deems within its plan as natural green space?
I'm not quite clear on the question, but in terms of how biodiversity net gain is being achieved, that is through the landscape scheme, which is provided both on-site and off-site with significant tree planting. I think it's well above the 3-to-1 ratio that's required for replacement trees. From the top of my head, I believe there's 15 trees being planted on-site and 15 trees being planted within the park to the south as well.
I think my question was a bit clearer than that. My question was how, and the question is, as a result of that, then you mentioned there'll be 15 trees, for example. What sort of trees are we talking about? Are they going to be saplings or are they going to be mature trees, for example?
The detailed landscaping is to be conditioned, but I would assume that, as the trees are planted, that, there won't be fully mature trees that were planted. They'll need time to grow, and that'll be conditioned that the trees do develop to their full health, and if they do fail, then they will be replaced within that first 5 years, I believe it is.
I think definitely one for the officers to confirm when we get to that stage. Any other follow-up questions, Councillor Firth? Councillor Panham?
Can I just ask Nikki?
That's a question to an officer, not to the
applicant. Well, the question...
No, I think it's pertinent.
Oh, is it pertinent?
So,
okay, go on then.
Steve just asked me to raise this because I was just making a cup of coffee for the chair, and the gentleman just asked me to ask a question on his behalf. What's the score?
So the gentleman that's approached you, it's not appropriate, nor is it allowed for speakers who have already exercised their right to speak to start approaching members whilst they're seeking refreshments. It's not permitted, and it could constitute lobbying whilst the meeting is in session, of which you've got to make a decision. So just remind you, and I thank you for drawing this to the attention of all members and also placing it on record for the public, that you're here to determine this application without such influence and on the facts that are presented to you today. Thank you.
Thank you indeed. Any other questions to the applicant? No? Well, thank you very much for your time. So we're moving to questions to the officers. Questions to the officers, colleagues? Any questions to the officers? Councillor Campbell?
Well, in the absence of a rush. Can we just touch on the gentleman just referred to 15 trees in the council-owned green space to the south. Has that actually been agreed? Because I as a ward member have, if I'm allowed to say this, have had no communication or evidence that there's been any discussion about that with Parks.
No, that hasn't been agreed. It was being offered by the developer as part of the wider enhancements to the sites. It was proposed to condition it as part of the biodiversity condition, so discussions could be had as to the appropriateness of the location of those trees and how they can be secured, because as part of the biodiversity improvements of the site, because clearly just planting them off the site there that may have the issues, but they have offered that discussion to be had as part of the biodiversity conditions, the biodiversity plan, which is going to be conditioned as part of any approval.
So in effect, the 23% gain is speculative because actually we can't identify what's going to happen.
Well, the matrix which they've submitted as part of the application to show the 23% is not a figure that I recognise, but the matrix which they submitted as part of the application, which they don't have to do with, as I say, because of the time of the application, they don't have to meet the 10%. They just need to show an increase, and the matrix they submitted just show that with the tree planting, they can achieve that uplift. We have got conditions, standard conditions we have for applications which were submitted prior to the 12th of February for these details to be agreed to ensure that we do get the uplift in the biodiversity, albeit we can't insist on the 10% because of the time of the application.
Thank you, Chair. On page 61, we have consultation responses. Paragraph 27, about what our colleague here has just mentioned, the Archaeology Advisory Service. It states there that, it is recommended that we look to figure out whether is there anything worth and I think the first thing when we went to have a look at this site was just me looking at that 1927 that's on the building, the church hall itself, and is it something that will? It's a recommendation, isn't it? Is it something that you are going to look into, and will the public know about it, or yeah? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, as part of the application, we had further discussions with West Yorkshire Archaeology, and they requested this further information, this desktop study, as it were, of the site, which the applicants have done, which has identified areas of interest. We are planning to condition that, but I had noticed it isn't in the list of conditions, but we really want to condition a pre-commencement of those agreed works to be carried out. The trenches I showed on the plan to do the that works prior to any development of the site. So if there's anything significant is found, then that can be recorded, and any discussions can be had on that. And so as I say, I noticed reading through that has been missed off the list, but it will be a condition. It's referred into the report that it will be conditioned. It just needs to be added onto the list of.
Any follow-up?
No. Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Anderson.
A planning officer had sight of the email that was sent to the chair and CC'd into the rest of us. You had sight of it. You may, because normally when you're doing your initial conversation, you then reflect back any submissions that have been made, but you didn't make any submission to it. So I'm just, what happened yesterday was Councillor Ray was sent an email and we were all copied in, well not every single one of us because Councillor Campbell wasn't copied into it for a start. So it's so that I can ask questions about it.
I'm not aware of that email, no.
Sorry, I'm not either, Councillor Anderson. Who was it sent from?
Councillor Downs.
And does it have a circulation list of who it was actually sent to?
Yeah, give it yourself. I mean, that's why I'm not going into what it says because I'm just checking. Because normally the officer would address any concerns raised by an elected member.
I won't read it particularly. Sorry, the email that is just referred to is actually sent to the panel members but not to officers, so officers have not seen that document at all.
It went into my
Sorry, Councillor Anderson, it should be disregarded because we haven't seen it, and obviously Councillor Ray hasn't either. Chairs, it's gone into his junk box by the sounds of it.
Box. So are there any other questions?
The only reason I know about it is because of what you said here, otherwise I did not pick it up.
Right.
Say, can I just add?
Sorry, can I just ask a question in relation to whether we must disregard it because we didn't send it to Councillor Downs didn't send it to officers. Now, I can't speculate because hold my hands up. Yesterday I was in Spain, so I don't know what he was doing. But the baseline is he wrote to members, which he's entitled to do. Okay. Members may read any documentation that he sends him and either ask a question or choose to believe it or choose to ignore it. That's up to them. It's not a fact that officers cannot direct members to disregard something because they haven't seen it.
No. Thank you, Councillor Campbell. I think it's really important that we understand that late information when it's submitted for an application is generally not disregarded, but it's not been verified or there's not a professional officer, planning officer, whom can respond to that and update you. We routinely have planning applications where late objections come through or late comments, and you see officers in their planning presentation set that out. Here, planning officers have not had any notification of this, nor have they been able to verify any of the statements been made or provide an expert view from a planning perspective to you as members to advise you on the application. Now, I appreciate you've received correspondence which you're entitled to read and take into account and form your own view, but I'd be cautious, given that we have not seen it as officers advising the panel, to be able to provide you a view. Now, it does say within our public speaking and our protocols that late information will generally not be included because officers do not have sufficient time to consider that. I think the same rules logically apply to that same substance of what you've received. I'm not saying you disregard it, Councillor Campbell, but what I'm saying is it's difficult for it to be verified and for officers not be permitted sufficient time to respond formally to it.
Any other questions to the officers? Okay, moving into comments then. Comments on the application. Any comments from colleagues? Councillor Manaka?
My apologies, Chair. You mentioned about questions and comments. I think it was a question in... Oh, thank you. Regarding to the trucks and everything during, the building itself, will there be any consideration in terms of traffic for, you know, when they will be delivering material and all that?
Yes, we've proposed the construction method statement, which we put on fairly standard for sort of resident development in residential areas. So within that, there will be sort of detail be expected in terms of where times of delivery, where materials are stored, hours of working, all the issues there to make sure that any construction is done in a considerate manner, both in terms of protecting the site and also protecting neighbours from as much disturbance as possible.
Okay. Because I probably want to get any last call for questions before I go to comments. Councillor Fair.
Could I just ask particularly about setting a precedent, given that this site has been designated as green space previously, and the potential implications should then any further applications on similar sites come forward in due course, using, should this be approved, this as a precedent?
Well, the recommendation comes forward because of the sort of the specific history to this site and another site within Otley, and the recommendation is basically very much on balance, which is come to this development on this site is acceptable for because on the balance, on weighing up the balances, it's felt that on this site that it justifies the setting aside the SAP designation. I think I'm trying to make it clear in the report that it is very much this is a recommendation for this site on these reasons. So it's, whilst you can't say the word precedent, it's difficult to quantify, but that set of circumstances on this site, it's unlikely to be can just be transposed onto another site, because you'd be weighing up the balances on that particular scheme should a similar scheme come forward on an area of green space.
Yes, Steve.
Yeah, sorry, I don't want to necessarily reiterate what Lawrence has said, but in planning law there isn't really a reference to precedent, and I think it's simple that this is based on the material considerations of this application, which would be very difficult to duplicate on another application, so I don't think there's any precedent concern there, Chair.
Follow up, Councillor? Unless Nicky...
There may be no precedent by this panel or a planning committee, but is it not the case that it could do if it was to go to appeal of future applications that this authority may be challenged on?
No, each application is considered on its merits. This is very distinct. And you know, if it did go to appeal, it might be quoted in case law or you know, Supreme Court decisions. That could happen. But this application is being brought to you because there is a fine line of planning balance and weight that you need to attach to it. There is a SAP designation. There are planning policy issues here. So there's a distinction in setting a precedent. If another case could match this equally and mirror the... I've yet to see that. There are similarities that you can draw from any case, but to set a precedent, I think would be quite difficult to argue in this matter.
Any follow-up before bringing Councillor Anderson? Councillor Anderson?
The Otley neighbourhood plan, which has been duly made, it was voted on, so it is a material consideration. I mean, it's very clear, well, in my personal interpretation, it is very clear in terms of how it stands. I mean, surely that should take a lot of weight that it's been properly made. An inspector had a look at the plan, did not object to the plan, didn't raise, well, to the best of my knowledge, otherwise it would have been taken out. So why are we still bringing this forward when the Otley neighbourhood plan is very clear in its recommendation?
Well, this is the Otley neighbourhood plan which is given weight in favour of the development because one, it's designated an area of green space which was called Otley Plantation, which is actually outside of the city limit, city boundaries, but it's raised an issue with a potential surplus within the neighbourhood boundary area. So that's one of the issues. The other issue, and then following on that, it was specifically wasn't designated in the Otley neighbourhood plan because as green space. It was considered for green space, but it was taken out because of the the survey which was taken. So the Otley Neighbourhood Plan applies, designates local green space, and that adds an extra layer on the designation of the SAP. In this case, it specifically doesn't designate it, and there's reasons of qualitative reasons why it hasn't done that. I mean, it's important to stress that doesn't override the SAP. That's as well as the SAP. So the fact it didn't designate it doesn't impact on the SAP designation whatsoever, but it does feed into the wider planning balance of potentially weighing in favour of the development.
Any follow-up, Councillor Anderson? Councillor Campbell.
With respect to that particular comment, Lawrence, I have to say you're just wrong. In that, the neighbourhood plan cannot de-designate a SAP site. It's not able to do that unless it provides an alternative. It can and did, within parts of Otley, designate local green space. It chose not to include this section as local green space, which is extra protection. I appreciate that. But the implication there that effectively the neighbourhood plan took it out of green space is not true. It remains within the SAP as a green space site.
I thought that was exactly the point I made. The SAP, it doesn't impact the SAP whatsoever. It's just on that assessment of the neighbourhood plan, and we have to take into account the inspector's decision on a similar site within Otley. On that, it just weighs in favour of the development. I've stressed in the report and I stress here that it doesn't impact on the SAP at all. The SAP remains an area of protected green space, and officers and members need to give that significant weight in their decision.
Councillor Firth.
There is a clear direct quote in the report that states that the development is contrary to policy G6 of the core strategy, given the deficit of green space in the Otley and Eden ward. Yes, it does go on and say that the Otley neighbourhood plan, because of the inclusion of the Otley plantation, gives it a small surplus, as I quote. The nature of it is, has any work been done to understand, without that particular site, whether that surplus would then disappear?
Well, there is a small surplus within the Otley and Eden ward, deficit, I should say, in the Otley and Eden ward, which was the area for assessment.
No, there isn't.
For the
there's a small surplus within the neighbourhood.
Surplus, yes. I was right in the first place. Yes, surplus. Whereas when you take into, thank you, Councillor. When you take into account the Otley plantation, which is within the Otley neighbourhood plan, which is within the neighbourhood plan area, but outside the city council area, that's when it creates a deficit. So,
can I ask, as a result then, does the core strategy have more weight than the neighbourhood plan because of the situation we have here with applying to the city council area?
The core strategy has to it has to be in a significant way. I think I'm right in saying that because the Otley neighbourhood plan area, which is out, the Otley plantation area is outside of the Leeds boundary. We need to give it weight, but it would be reasonable to give it less weight because it is outside of the Leeds area. As I keep on stressing, it's about balancing all these issues. It's not one issue against another. It's balancing all these issues to come to a recommendation. It's difficult to. I mean, then the core strategy does need to be given full weight.
Just to assist this conversation, it's not. We talk about hierarchy of policies, but we also talk about policies pulling in different directions. But that doesn't mean that you give them less weight. So for you, it's a balancing exercise against all of the material issues that Lawrence has put in this report for you. And it's right, the core strategy is our adopted policy, as is the site allocations plan. But the neighbourhood plan has got equal weight, not equal, but it sits in Congress with that, and that's something that you need to balance. And you start discounting in your head as to, okay, I'm leaning towards this being a sustainable development, and therefore it meets the legal test for planning permission, or actually no, I don't think it's leaning that way, and therefore those policies shouldn't be applied in that way, and it should be refused. That's the way that you should be looking at it. But you need to understand, in terms of hierarchy, it can pull in so many different directions.
Any follow-up? Yep, and then I'll come to you, Councillor Minaka. So, Councillor Fair. Okay, Councillor Minaka.
Thank you. I've just been thinking about what the gentleman that is opposing has mentioned regards to the overlooking of the houses that are already there, to obviously the beauty of the of the space there. Is it something that has been considered? I know that on pages 68, paragraph 66, design and character, page 60, that's 68, 69, and 70 kind of like takes me through all that, how the new houses design is going to be like. Is it something that has been considered, or it's immaterial in terms of losing the space of the...
Yeah, the residential amenity section, which is 77, paragraph 77 onwards, does talk through that, and we have
very well
the distances to the properties, and we have the Neighbours for Living guidance, which gives us the minimum standards we require for overlooking, overshadowing those issues, and it meets and exceeds those. I was also concerned about potential loss of views from those properties, and being a fairly low densely sort of developed site with gaps between properties. I say the views are going to change from those properties, but they're going to maintain views across the open area and across the shedding. So,
yeah, sorry, this is just in relation to one of your points, Councillor Firth, just for clarification. Page 66, 67 through to virtually the end of 68 actually does discuss in some detail the way the policies pull in different directions, and ultimately, because it has been considered in full in Lawrence's report, even if you might not be clear now, but then at paragraph 64 it does direct you and summarises the consideration of development to the site needs to weigh up the following issues, and then it goes through the way to the core strategy G6, the Otley neighbourhood plan, and then lists the other material considerations, of which there are 5. Bit late now, but if you really wanted to read those 3 pages again, it's there.
Any follow-up, Councillor Minaka, before I come on to Councillor Firth? Councillor Firth?
Thank you, Chair. On a separate point, I just wanted to go back to the design of the properties. If we could go back on the presentation. A bit further back. Yeah, that one. So as was mentioned there, is it the second picture along that is now going to be the current proposal there? Oh, it's the back of the property.
Well, these are the sides. It's probably not the easy on here. Basically, this side here is elevation from the neighbouring properties on the present. So there's no window, no actual window.
Any other questions before I move on to comments? Okay, moving on to comments then. Any comments from colleagues, please? Any comments? Councillor Campbell?
Well, I think you'd be surprised if I didn't comment. I'll take a drink. Lawrence has said that this is an on-balance decision. And on balance, officers have made a decision. I would take the view that it's the wrong decision. And I think it's a complicated site and it's a complicated development. I won't say it isn't. So because there are various elements to this. So there's the church hall, it's the old church hall itself, which it's clear it's an important building within that neighbourhood. There is a considerable amount of dispute about whether it is surplus as a community asset, because I appreciate that the developer claims to have attempted to market this and not got any takers, but I do know of a number of people, and one group in particular, who were very interested, a scout group, who were very interested in taking the building. So I'm not 100% convinced that the marketing of it as a community facility has been as robust as it could have been, and it is at the moment, as far as I'm aware, is still used by some community groups. I think there's a Zumba class in there, whatever Zumba may be. So the original plan actually involved the removal of that church hall, and I suppose it's a positive thing to say, well, the church hall's back in the equation. But I think what we're being asked to do is to set aside policy, and it relates to the SAP green space site behind the church hall. And as it says on page 65, greenfield land should not be developed if it has an intrinsic value as an amenity space or recreation or for nature conservation or makes a valuable, etc., etc. This does that. It ticks that box. Okay? Maybe a development concerns a piece of green space found to be surplus to requirements of the council's, the open space sport and recreation assessment. That's the council's one. The council's open space sport and recreation assessment for the Otley and Yeadon ward says there is not a surplus. In fact, there's a shortage of green space within the ward. And that fact was recognised by the inspector's decision, which he's talked about further on in the discussion. And the inspector made it very, very clear that it was the City Council's responsibility to designate green space, and that they'd done so in an appropriate manner, and that the result was that there was a shortage of green space. Okay? So if you go on to number 46 on there, green space will be protected from development unless one of the following criteria is met. 1, there's an adequate supply of accessible green open space within the analysis area. Well, as I've already said to you, there isn't, because the council's own open space, sport and recreation assessment shows there is not a surplus. Number 2, green space to be replaced. Well, there's no discussion about replacing green space here. Number 3, were supported by evidence and in delivery of wider planning benefits for the redevelopment. There are no wider planning developments for this benefits for this development. It's quite simple. Let's be honest, this is a local builder, he needs to make money, wants to make money. There's nothing wrong with that in principle, but that's the benefit. And I think it's clear to me. I went to the inspector's hearing that's mentioned further on in the account, and my interpretation of what he said as a result of that, and perhaps the officers, is slightly different. So the inspector said quite clearly, number 1, he agreed with the council that there was a shortage of green space within the Otley and Yeadon ward. Okay? But, and it's also but, there should be a consideration taken of the Otley Neighbourhood Plan, which included areas outside of Leeds, the Leeds boundary, and the Otley part, the Leeds boundary, and included an area of green space that was initially put in by, following a request from the Harrogate District Council, which is Farley Wood. That's a material consideration, and I appreciate that. But I suppose the consideration is coloured by the 2020 Harrogate local plan, which designated that area as green belt. So it changed the designation. It's a later piece of documentation, and it's changed the designation of that particular site. Now, as we know, green belt has even more protection than this green space, and therefore, in effect, it takes, in my opinion, it effectively negates the material consideration, because there is absolutely no way that that element of green space could be developed. If you're allowing one green space to develop because there's a surplus, then it applies to other areas too, but it doesn't apply to this one. So it's clear that there is a shortage of green space. So that's the decision we have to make, in my view. Do we set aside policy? Do we agree that the provision of the houses is a benefit for the community, which I don't think it is? And I suppose that's the simple question. And I think, from my point of view, I am not convinced that losing green space, designated SAP green space, and I think we all have this issue in all our wards, is something that we should be encouraging because because it may provide some housing.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Parnham and Councillor Jones.
I'll echo Councillor Campbell briefly. First of all, I didn't go to the site visit, so I apologise for that. On the face of it, it looks like a new, well-designed housing project. However, bear in mind what the legal officer said about 3 sets of separate plans that we have to decide as a panel, and what Councillor Campbell said about setting a precedent. I know it's not a precedent legally, but what appears to be, and it's not a brownfield site, is it? It's clearly green, and if it's been designated as green, then I'd be very, very concerned to vote for this, despite the officer's suggestion that we go through it without a little bit more advice. Are we definitely not setting a precedent for future developments? I wouldn't want to see other bits of greenfield being snipped away. I really wouldn't. And I do think it's an area that's got a lot of community use historically, gather, including the building, and I just need a little bit more clarification, to be honest, about the plans, various that compete with each other.
Councillor Jones.
Where I live, we have a neighbourhood plan, and I'd be mortified if something was done against that, to be absolutely honest, and I know our residents would feel exactly the same. So on the way of how I feel about it, and the way of the lack of green space, I cannot support this in any shape or form. Sorry.
Any other comments? Anyone else? I think just for me just to comment, I think the advice has, I think it's been made clear that this is obviously been brought because it's a fine planning balance with conflicting planning policies pulling in different directions for which we have to make a judgment. There's been a suggestion that we may need more information, and if that turns into a proposal for a deferment, we'll have that conversation in a second. But members just need to be mindful that just because there are conflicts in planning policy that pull in different direction with different documents and different regimes, that doesn't mean that us going away and get more information will necessarily clear that up any further. So I'm sensing, and I'll let Steve, if Steve's come up in a second, what we've heard so far, but I'm sensing from Councillor Parnham that there may be a proposal for an alteration to defer and bring back. But Nikki, if you want to just come in.
No, I just wanted to follow up on that, Councillor Parnham. I think the report sets out clearly the hierarchy and how weight should be applied. The policy position is clear on paragraph 64 for you. What I would say as a side note, not related to this application, we as officers can provide planning training in relation to how policy work and the weights that you apply to them in your determination. But here, this is very much your decision. This is about planning balance. And that training I'm already devising, so that will be coming up in the next few weeks.
Councillor Manaka?
From what Councillor Fifth has kind of mentioned, I think thinking of, the green space and designation of it and all that, and yes, considering what Nikki has just mentioned, all what we need to consider, all of these policies kind of not pulling in together for us. I guess my kind of my concern or my worry or what I'm thinking of is the fact that there's two borders here. There's maybe the north and there's Otley here, and we have to consider that. Is it something that we need to kind of is that what you're meaning, that we need to balance what the border of, I think
I think the legal advisor stated what's said in the document in terms of how you should weigh up the different policy considerations, and bear in mind that is the expert advice we're given from our legal team. So I think I'd refer you to that rather than asking another clarification from an officer. Councillor Campbell.
Well, I need perhaps to say thank you to Nikki, because I think 64 sums it up very nicely, and it gives us, I'll read it for you, compliance or otherwise with the core strategy policy G6 carries full weight. That's number one, and it isn't compliant. Then the neighbourhood plan, insofar as it relates to the Leeds boundary, because we're dealing with Leeds. We're not dealing with North Yorkshire, we're not dealing with areas outside the city, we're dealing with Leeds. So it doesn't carry, the neighbourhood plan in relation to areas outside Leeds isn't relevant to what we're discussing. And then there are other material considerations on which you need to make a decision. So it seems to me very, very clear that this is contrary to policy. And therefore I would propose that we refuse this application on the grounds that it's contrary to policy, and if my memory could actually, I can't remember whether it was G6 or not.
Just to help members with this, because obviously we had at the last panel we had a debate about the Savins Mill application, and of course today the decision was to go back to the regional officer recommendation. I just want to make members feel a little bit more comfortable in that was a very different situation to this, in that decision, in an officer's opinion, was something that we would really struggle to defend a refusal. The difference with this one is, just to make you feel a little bit more comfortable about it, is a very balanced decision. And I agree with what Councillor Campbell's saying, so I'm not contradicting Councillor Campbell at all. The balance was made very early on in pages 64 through to 68, and then it's reiterated in the conclusion and puts all the information in front of you. So it's one of those very difficult ones where officers have ultimately come to a conclusion that we think on balance it should be an approval. But I just want you to be comfortable that if you were to make a different motion at the end of the day, it would not be the same sort of situation as we had at the Savins Mill, where it was quite clear that from an officer perspective, what was being suggested by members at that previous panel was contrary to the policy and all the good advice, and therefore unreasonable. So does that help at all?
So I have a proposal for a different motion to the motion to the officer recommendation. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Firth? Formal seconded.
Formal seconded by
Okay.
me.
So on that basis,
Sorry, just before we get to that.
we're just about to ask. So can we just be clear on the reasons for refusal before we go to the vote?
Well, if Nikki could jog my memory what the policy number is.
G6. Yeah, so Councillor Campbell, you will recall earlier you were the first member to speak when comments were due. You may wish to consider those comments in combination with planning policy G6 and the designation that this site has in terms of green space. You articulated it quite well.
Right, okay, do you want me to pad it out a bit for you? So we've got number one, and the most important thing is it's contrary to policy G6. And as I often say, what's the point of having policies if you don't stick to them? It also affects a non-designated heritage asset. We've heard today it may affect wildlife, in particularly bats. We're unclear as to the biodiversity mitigation and replacement. I think initially I might have raised an issue in regard to highways, but I think highways officers have convinced me that it actually does tick the policy box. So on that list of the third thing is it is a known archaeological site. It's the site of Newell Old Hall. Notwithstanding what West Yorkshire Archaeological Service have said, I believe that the remains of the hall are more extensive than the geophysical imprint, and any development works will damage that archaeological remain. Okay?
Yeah,
okay?
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Actually, I got 5 then. So that wasn't your third. I was on 5, to be honest with you. So what's been suggested is that it's refused, and what we would, contrary to G6, impact upon the non-designated heritage asset being negative, impact upon the wildlife in the area negative, biodiversity mitigation, and the impact upon the archaeological site. My only slight concern is that last one, which I think is perhaps more tenuous because of what we got back from the archaeological service. But what we would do, if members are minded, and to accept that motion, is obviously be refused in principle, deferred and delegated to office to bring back detailed reason for refusal, as we did with the Savins Mill one.
Are we clear on what we're voting on? Are okay? So all those for? Yep.
1, 2, 3. Unanimous.
For good measure, all those against? Any abstentions? Thank you. So at this point, on item 10, I will be surrendering the chair over to Councillor Francis Meir due to my long-standing comments on this particular application. So I wish you a good remainder to your meeting, and I will see you on the other side. Sorry, just before I go, we have just had sorry, everyone. Just before I go, we have had a request for a 5-minute comfort break, which I will allow, and that gives time for people to change over. So, a 5-minute comfort break.
Hello, good evening everyone. My name is Councillor for Moortown and I'm chairing this segment of Southwest panel. So I've got the twilight shift. So the item is item agenda 10 and it's the Church of Holy Trinity at Tempest Road, Beeston, LS11 7EQ. Could I ask the officer to present the application, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. First, I have a verbal update. The applicant submitted some additional information that this be read out. However, the document provided by the applicant simply set out the objections which are on the case file and commented in response to these objections. All points raised have already been considered in the officer report. As such, no new information has been presented to the panel, but the document has been uploaded to the case file. Members are asked today to determine two applications, a full application and a listed building application. The applications have been brought to Plans Panel at the request of ward members who have objected to the scheme as they consider that the development will result in traffic issues and increased parking levels. Ward members would also like the buildings to remain as a community use. The full application covers the change of use of the Grade 2 listed church from a place of worship to an online clothing business with in-person retail by appointment only. There is also an ancillary cafe and heritage hub. The application also includes the insertion of 2 roof lights and other minor external alterations. The listed building application, which runs alongside the full application, covers all internal and external alterations, such as the insertion of a mezzanine and subdivision of the building, as well as repairs. The building has been vacant since 2018, and due to this, the listed building is now on the Council's at-risk list. Listed buildings go onto this list when the condition of the building is a cause for concern due to structural issues, and the list allows buildings to be monitored. On the screen, you can see the church in the centre in the red line with residential properties surrounding, as well as the mosque to the north, and a nursery to the south, and a row of commercial units to the west. The main entrance to the site will be from Stratford Street, and this is a level access. The site has no on-site parking, and the surrounding properties and businesses have little to no on-site parking. Although the proposal will result in some parking increase above the current levels, it's not considered that this will be more than the level of parking created by the existing use. As the building has been vacant since 2018, any development bringing this building back into use will generate an increase of parking above current levels. So these next 4 slides show the church from the outside. As you can see, there's some on-street parking here on the surrounding streets. The external alterations would consist of 2 roof lights and external vents, and this would also include repairs to the building, such as masonry, roof and window repairs. And the external repairs would enhance the listed building's appearance within the area and improve its currently deteriorating condition. And the red door just shown there is, it's actually been covered out in a blue square, but that door there is where the main entrance will be into the building from Stratford Street, and this is level access. So moving on to the internal arrangements of the building, the application will subdivide the church into a staff room, sales area, stock room, changing rooms and a cafe, and this can be seen on the plan in front of you. The subdivision is mainly restricted to the aisles, which are to each side. I'll just show you now. And this is the important areas of the church that will be retained and refurbished. They won't be impacted by the subdivision, which is the nave, chancel, organ screen and font. They'll be unimpacted by the development, and they're mainly in the centre of the building. And all the subdivision will actually be done through glazing rather than opaque timber stud walls. The cafe is shown to the right of the font, and this will be open on specific days alongside a heritage hub, which will also allow the building to be accessed by the community, so special features of the building can still be appreciated by the local community. And waste storage is shown in the northeastern side of the building, with a gate proposed for access. The applicant proposes a mezzanine on over the 2 aisles on either side of the church, and this is also low impact as it won't affect the important characteristics of the church, which lie in the centre of the building. The nave and the chancel will remain at full height, and the applicant will provide various lifts at points internally to ensure the building is accessible throughout. So the next few slides are photos of the inside of the building, and this photo shows the view down to the font with the aisles either side under the arches. The area to the top of the stairs is where the cafe will be located, with the main entrance door on the left. There are a number of repairs which need to occur throughout the building, internally and externally. There are holes in the roof, rainwater gutters have failed, stone is eroding, and there is damp inside the building. This shows the organ screen. Sorry, I skipped through that quite quickly, but just so you can see inside what the building is like. That's the organ screen. And you can see some images of the windows, the arches. Here's a stained glass window, and all the windows would be refurbished and brought back to life. So this photo articulates the issues faced with the building. The change in colour on the stone arch on the right is an indication of damp, and this is harming the stone in this section of the structure. And the paint peeling from the walls is also an indication of damp. As you can see from these photos, the building is in a declining condition, and heating and ventilation needs to happen to improve the building's condition, and this will only occur once it's occupied. The development of the building will result in some harm to the listed building through its subdivision internally, but this harm is mitigated through the design proposed, repairs and refurbishments which are also proposed internally and externally. The proposal retains the heritage significance of the building and has a minimal impact internally compared to alternative uses. This meets the legal test for the alterations to a listed building as per Section 66 of the Planning Act, and that's set out under Safe Policy UDP N15 and Chapter 16 of the NPPF, and this was detailed in the officer report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that. I'd just like to remind members that there are two votes taking place that have been, there are two applications that have been presented to us today, so they'll be taking two votes. Okay. So I'd like to invite Councillor Carlile and Mr Majid to the table to speak in objection on this application. You'll have 2 minutes, each of you, to present your case. Thank you. Councillor Carlile, when you're ready.
So I'm one of the local councillors and also a trustee for Faith Together in LS11, who own and run the Building Blocks nursery next door. Holy Spirit has previously been a key community venue. Its change of use to commercial is wrong. Ours is a densely populated community with considerable demand for affordable community spaces. I previously met with the applicants and was ambivalent about the application. They seem like nice people, and I do want to see the building used for something. I thought at the time that this was the best offer on the table. However, there are several credible community bodies with cash keen to take this building on. So we should absolutely push back on this application and demand that the Church of England pursue every avenue to retain it as a community space before trying to switch it to commercial use. There are, of course, the applicants' ancillary proposals, the cafe and heritage hub, but these are either sweeteners simply to get the application passed or bizarre, well-intentioned additions that don't stack up. They're not substantial, no one thinks they'll work, and the development will soon default to wholly commercial use. Removing Holy Spirit from public use will harm the social fabric and amenity for the local resident community and massively negate the building's value as a local heritage asset, with very few local positives. There are also concerns around highway safety and parking. Mr Majid is going to talk about these in a minute, but just very briefly, the applicant will insist that their proposal has limited impact in this regard compared to other potential uses. But if the application does proceed, we need very robust safeguards that this proposed small-scale operation doesn't morph and grow over time. Meanwhile, a well-managed local community venue could have a similarly limited impact. And furthermore, if a popular local community venue causes such issues, will they not anyway be perceived very differently to issues caused by an external commercial operator? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr Majid?
Apologies in advance, I'm losing my voice, so I'll do the best I can. As local residents, we strongly oppose this application. It's a highly populated residential area, already high traffic congestion and parking demands. Any further demands on this will just be a step too far. The highways assessment suggests that the previous use of the church will have similar levels of usage for the proposed use, but what hasn't been mentioned is that the church has been inactive for almost 2 decades, and since then we've had a new built mosque, an off licence, and Hamada Centre and building blocks have become far busier over the years, and these factors alone replace the traffic the church would have generated. It's also noted that the factory will be closed on Friday afternoons due to traffic congestion, which makes perfect sense, but there are other times throughout the week where we'll have similar levels of traffic. There are adult classes running in the mosque and Hamada Centre. The mosque also has children attending on a weekly basis, Monday to Friday, and they use the Stratford Street entrance, where it's proposed that loading and unloading will take place with these vans. Parents are seriously concerned for the safety of the kids and road safety issues. We're aware there's been 3 road traffic accidents already within the vicinity, and having more vans there is not going to help. It's suggested that there'll be 2 deliveries per month, given the level of investment. This is questionable, and even if it is sustainable and viable for the business, which I don't think it is, as the business grows, surely there'll be more vans coming and going, which will obviously add to the increased road safety issue, and vans coming and going visually are unsuitable to this area, especially between these 2 historic buildings. We strongly recommend the planning application is refused. The proposed usage is out of character for the building and the area itself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do members have any questions for the objectors, please? Councillor Parnham.
Thank you both for your presentation. I wasn't there on the site visit this morning, so apologies for that, but I do know Tempest Road. It is a built-up area. My question really is, if it's not, I mean, surely we should be welcoming a business opportunity in an area of deprivation, unless there's a good reason not to. Now, can you just clarify for me, where's the nearest community centre? Because Ed, you were saying that, you know, make a good community centre or something like that. And the other thing is, you said this, you've spoken to community groups, or you alluded to that. Is there anything that's ready to go, up and ready to go? Because if not, I just see a further decline in the structure and it falling into decay and causing more problems, really.
Let's start then. There are other community venues around Beeston. So there's the Hamara Centre is very close, except they don't open on evenings. Like there's the local community residents association have been meeting at Hamara, but they're not going to meet there anymore because Hamara aren't able to open on evenings. Next door, there's the Building Block Centre, which I'm one of the trustees of. They used to have a big community space, but actually because the nursery is so successful, the nursery now fills the big community space, so that's off limits for community use. There's a small community room upstairs which holds maybe 20 people, and that's okay. But actually, it's not. It's not kind of a big community space. So I actually was the key holder to Holy Spirit between 2012 and 2015, initially after it closed. It is a fantastic community space. We did stuff in there. We did ping pong. We did like a whole load of stuff in there on a fairly ad hoc basis, and we were exploring with the Church of England the option of creating a community bid at that point. The issue was at that time like me and those that we didn't have capital, so we were hoping they'd lend it to us, and they understandably said, well, actually we need to sell this, it's got value, we are obliged to try to get value for this. So yes, there are certainly 3 credible community-led organisations that I know of that really have money. They are able to bid over what the Church of England are marketing it for. So I think we could create something very interesting, a collaboration of community associations or something to take it on and save it before it declines and turn it. And it's such a big space. I don't know if people know the Left Bank in Burley. It's not dissimilar to that. It's got real capacity and real potential in a way that I can't think of really any other community space really in in South Leeds. Does that answer all your questions? And Mr. Majid might have additions.
I suppose what I'm just trying to get at is why I can't understand the objections really when you have got other community spaces that are being used. Is there something that we don't know about, something that's kind of in the background, bubbling up now?
I don't think there's anything else in the background. Regards to business opportunities, yeah, we welcome them, but there's plenty of suitable sites just off Dewsbury Road that are vacant that could be utilised for this. We don't feel that this historic building should be used for this purpose.
Yeah, so just to echo that for those who don't know, so very close to here there are some really significant industrial estates, and they are easy walking distance for Beeston. So Beeston is not short of kind of industrial units on our doorstep to work in, and so I just don't see why. So this is a space unlike Hamara Centre, very unlike the Building Block Centre. It is a very big space. I mean, you could play sports in there. Seriously, like it could be a very, very interesting. It could be a space for big kind of like potentially community weddings and whatever, in a way that Hamara Centre or Building Blocks or others just would not be able to accommodate because it is such a big, vast space. So I don't think it is like other comparable spaces, and I think the applicant, when people locally have discussed this, there is a genuine confusion as to why the applicants, that's not confusion isn't a reason to turn it down, but why the applicant's going for this in the heart of a community when there are like much more affordable industrial spaces, that commercial space would be far more appropriate for what they're looking to do.
Any further questions, Councillor Parnham? I think it was Councillor Manaka and then Councillor Firth. Councillor Manaka?
Thank you, Chair. You've mentioned that the church has not been, been used for 2 decades, and there's these third sectors, organisations that are willing to take it on. And I think from the report, this is meant to be an online. And they have mentioned about just, yes, I appreciate you saying it doesn't seem sensible in what they have to kind of like fix in the church and what they saying there will be just say 2 trucks picking up or whatever that is. But like my colleague here, I'm not understanding. Councillor, you've mentioned that it could be used as a good space for, yes, sports, which we do, youth and sports. I'm one of the people that really advocate for that. But you also mentioned about weddings. So for me, it's like you're taking one better part of it, and we might just end up with weddings and everything that's going to make it worse. I think I just need some clarity there, because I think your objection, if it could be used for other things plus wordings, and I live in LS9, and I know what wordings can, they bring so much traffic, and I can imagine if they are in the summer, there's so many weddings, and that's going to be worse. And I appreciate there is a mosque, and I appreciate the times that the mosque and the children go for readings, appreciating that. I'm not understanding why the rejection based on what you've just mentioned. Can you just...
Yeah, so apologies if I've not made it clear. I guess, I think the left bank in Burley, for those who know, is an interesting model. So again, like similar sized building in the middle of a residential community. And they have a wide range of events there, and it's very well used and it's very well loved. I think this is a really key community kind of asset, really. Like it's a heritage asset in the heart of Beeston Hill, and I'd be sorry to see it become kind of much negated as a community asset by just becoming essentially a closed commercial space. And I know they talk about these ancillary things, but I and everyone locally doesn't see how this cafe and hub thing are going to work out. I think that those are probably just sweeteners to try to persuade us that it will remain for community use. It is a really big space. It is really unlike any other space really that I can think of. I think it would lend itself to being a really multi-use space for a wide range of things, and therefore it could be of real service to our community that has great need. And I think if there wasn't another offer on the table, if it was just some people in the community saying, "Oh well, we'd quite like to take it on," that'd be better than wishy-washy doesn't cut it. And I understand that the Church of England needs. I recognise that they need to sell it and get value from it. We need to do it sooner rather than later so that it doesn't degrade. If there wasn't a better offer, as I originally said, and when I originally met the applicants, I'd be like, okay, fair enough, like, it's better it's used for something. But because there are better offers, really things that will really enhance the local community, enhance the local economy, I just think that we have an opportunity to push back on the Church of England and say, why are you switching it from community use to commercial when there are people locally who want to take it on and retain it for valuable community use?
Thank you very much for that. I just want to remind members we can only assess what's in front of us, and that's not anything that could be aspirational, because we haven't got that. Okay, so please, if you keep your questions and your responses to the actual what's in front of us on the agenda item. Thank you. I understand Councillor Hesselwood wanted to come in.
Yeah, thank you. I'm kind of just struggling to understand the rationale behind this too. When I know the area, and we've got Dewsbury Road just literally at the bottom of Tempest Road with lots of industrial units there. This is a Grade 2 listed building, and I just wondered if the applicant, as local councillor and community activist, whether the applicant has discussed with you the renovations that this would need, because I once lived in a Grade 2 listed building, and to do anything I needed the conservation officer to come out and tell me whether or not I could, even the radiators we needed to ask about, and I'm just wondering whether the applicant has spoken to you about the renovations that this would need. I'm struggling to understand, because this is going to take a lot of money to make it workable, because it's a Grade 2 listed building and that work has to be done, when there are very more suitable sites, literally a couple of 100 yards away, which wouldn't cost that money to renovate. So I'm just wondering if I've spoken to you about that.
No, we've had no contact from the applicant. None at all.
So yes, we as councillors were, I presume Councillors Ray and Iqbal must have been approached as well, and probably Hilary Benn. So I did meet with them, I think it was a couple of years ago. They were very enthusiastic. Having been the key holder of the building for a few years, I was kind of grilling them about this, and they were full of enthusiasm. But I agree with you. I think it's why would you? Yeah, and if I'm honest, it's making people, maybe this is unfair, but local people are kind of cynical and sceptical and saying, what's your hidden motive? Because this is just like, why don't you take on an industrial unit? That'd be far more appropriate. Yeah.
I'm just becoming quite concerned about the line of questioning and the answers that we're getting in a public domain here. I can appreciate that you've got concerns from a community perspective, but this is an application that's been legitimately submitted, of which they will have done a business case, have got any financial backing, and it's for members to consider that and that alone. These other options that could or could not have been utilised by the applicant is a matter for them, quite frankly. What is here for you, members, is a listed building application and the application for operational use and the change of use. And I would ask that those questions be focused on, and your replies to be the same, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Manaka? No? Okay. Councillor Jones?
The issue I can see here is parking, on how people could park, particularly if it got at busy times. Do you have any thoughts about parking, or is that not something that concerns you?
It does concern me, and that's what I mentioned earlier. We don't think any further demand will be suitable. It's just come to breaking point, and we have road safety risks to consider as well, which we don't think's been factored on. I mean, I'm aware of 3 road traffic accidents within the immediate vicinity. The authorities will probably know of more, but again, it doesn't look like that's been considered. And you can see there's yellow lines immediately outside the entrance of the church where they're proposing to load and unload. Again, it's not suitable, and there won't be parking there. You can see there's cars there, and it's probably not even a busy time when the photograph's been taken.
Right, thank you. Are there any further questions, Councillor Parnham? I think.
Yeah, can I just clarify? Are we able to question the applicant? Are they here?
They've got a representative here today.
Yeah, well, just basically, I really struggle to see how this could be used as a community centre, given its location. And, well, I do, because like the left bank has got parking, and it's not on the equivalent of Tempest Road. I mean, the only thing I could think of would be an annex of the mosque, really, as a social space there. But I know we're going to get a chance to speak.
Chair, I think we're drifting off a bit.
Question. No, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councillor Carlyle and Mr. Majid. Thank you. And then Mrs. Tanzila Umar, would you like to come forward?
Can you see okay?
Yeah, no.
There's no blind to it.
Right, thank you very much. You've got 4 minutes to present your case for the applications.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak about this. Where the location of the church or this building is, we are 100% aware of the implications of traffic and, when this building comes back into use, it is going to generate traffic. There's no sort of hiding behind. It's going to happen. And it's a grade 2 listed building, beautiful from outside and majestic from inside. That's what I think. When we went in, we fell in love with it, and we thought that this building has to be used in a way which is long-lasting, in a way that it can be, kept as it is. And we thought that the only way that this could happen was if there was a sustainable business that was running inside, which would have to keep the building as it is, maintain its upkeep, and also make it use for the local community. So I think many of the concerns that have been raised are due to a misunderstanding about the business that we have. We run a school uniform business. So a children's clothing shop is a school uniform business. And we have about 8 years of experience of a retail side of this business as well. So the plan is not just to use it as storage site, which is going to be the main use, but we are also going to use it as an appointment only retail unit. And we've got experience of that as well. During COVID, we ran our retail shop by appointments only, and that wasn't difficult at all. It was a split-second decision because COVID happened, and we had to make arrangements for appointment-based customers to come in, and that's how the sales happen. So the plan is that part of the building where it's going, where it's going to be divided, is going to be used as storage. And for our business, we need a lot of storage. It's going to work as an online business as well, because with all the storage, any orders that come through the website will have to be picked and dispatched. But the center of the church will be as it is. It'll be kept as it is for children and families to come in by appointment only, because we can't have heavy traffic. So by appointment only, they can come, they can appreciate the church, the history, the beauty of it within their community, and it will be a sustainable way of keeping the building as it is. Something that needs considering is that when this building comes into use, it's already got community venues on all three sides of it. There's the nursery that's adjacent, there's Hamara Center being fully used as a community venue, there's the mosque on one side. This is a business which is going to generate jobs, and the jobs are not for highly skilled individuals. It's local jobs and apprenticeships that are going to bring in local workforce, traineeship opportunities, building confidence in retail. One aspect of our current business is to hire people with zero experience for training in January, so that they are ready for the school uniform time in August. Sorry, I'll just quickly finish this. And we have had such amazing feedback year after year from those people who we hired, who weren't getting any jobs, who've moved on into jobs. So this is something that we provide to the community already.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm
Thank
going to
you,
have to stop
thank
you
you
there.
so much.
I thought there would have been a break between sentences, but you just moved on quite quickly.
Sorry.
So thank you very much. I just would like to invite questions from members. I'd like to remind you that we are looking at the actual applications of the change of use of the building, and also the fact that it's a listed building. So please keep your questions directly to the content and the material in front of you. Sorry, who would like to? Councillor Jones.
The cafe that you propose, do you not feel that that would fetch extra traffic into the area, or do you think that that would not happen?
The cafe. Yeah, so it's not going to be a massive cafe. It's a very small cafe. The idea behind it was that this was a church where people got married, people have, history attached to it. So it's a very small space just to bring in people who don't want school uniform on very specific days and specific times, to have a cup of tea, a piece of cake, and that's it. So it's not something huge. It's mainly to attract local people to hang out together. And that is how it's going to be advertised as well. I don't think we'll be able to manage anything bigger. It's got to be small and manageable.
Thank you. Councillor Jones, would you like to come back with anything?
If I read it correctly, you were open, is it Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday?
So Monday, Tuesday, Thursday and Saturday.
Yeah. So when you say it's a small cafe, that's fine. And no, I'm not going to ask that because I'll be told off. So I'm going to behave. So it's a small cafe, but how can I put it? If it's open 5 days, surely that will attract some more traffic. And can you accept that?
It's a small cafe open on 4 days a week, and part of our application is also to assess its suitability specifically in terms of traffic. If it starts to become too heavy traffic-wise, we will look at changing the timings. That is not our main area of the business.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Manaka.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, you've mentioned that you will be having people coming in on an appointment basis, and yes, there is this cafe, and we are aware, as per the officer's introduction of the church itself, that there is changing rooms and all that. Chair, again, I'm not sure if I'm I know you've mentioned that we should be specific to the two items we should be looking at. My question to you is, does that mean you're not applying for this and then using it in terms of bringing in more people because the space allows you to? And second question, when I say the space, it means you would have the cafe, you would have the changing rooms and all that. Second question is, to the people that you're saying will come on an appointment basis, would you try and advise them that there is no parking around the space? And if it's possible for them to use, there's so many, Tempest Road and down the road, there is so many buses that they can use. Would you suggest using public transport to the people?
We can do that. That's a very good suggestion. We can include it on, any information that's sent out to people when they book an appointment, that there is very limited parking in the area, and if they can use the public transport, that's even better. But we envisage as, any people who will be coming in, their interest will be for their local schools. They wouldn't come in from further down the city. It's going to be people who are already living there who might want to come in to buy the uniform for their local school. So we hope and think that they'll be walking to the site rather than using the cars. We have another site, another retail unit already, which is serving customers for the other side of the city. School uniform is very local.
Thank you very much for that. Just being advised by officers, we can always put a condition on floor space on its operation, and it's also set out in in the cafe for hours and so on.
And the floor area.
And the floor area. And you've also got paragraph 48 on page 90 as well, where we can put that in there.
Sorry, it's just to ensure that there was some concern from members that there might be effectively mission creep in terms of that becoming the main use. So that was to maintain it at the 48 square metres that the applicant's currently offering in the... 50, is it 58?
50
sorry, 50 square... Sorry, that's me, 50 square metres.
No, it's fine. Thank you very much. Councillor Firth.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for the presentation. Could I just ask, obviously, given the significant opposition that's been raised today to losing a community asset, there is also then not only just losing that potentially, but then also having the impact locally that has also been raised as a serious concern. You mentioned that this is for a business, you mentioned that this is also for a cafe. So could I just ask in particular around that, what sort of expectations would we have for potential stock deliveries, HGVs, potentially how many staff are supposedly going to be employed on site, and also really what will be the actual working hours of this site? Will it be something that will be expecting deliveries 24 hours a day? Will it only be within working hours, or could it be just before working hours? Could you just give us some more detail in terms of a particular material concern that has been raised by objections is in relation to traffic and road safety? Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you very much for this. This is a very important concern, and this is why I said that probably it's been generated due to a misunderstanding about the business itself. So we've been running this for the last 8 years as actively doing this, and before that there was a lot of research and working towards it. The deliveries that will come will not be on HGV. We've never had a delivery on something bigger than a DHL van or DPD delivery, and these deliveries will be similar to deliveries that go to people's houses when they do online shopping. So there are bigger vans delivering online shopping to the residents in that area. There will be, compared to any deliveries that come here. It will be strictly during working hours, no deliveries at night. The operating site of the business is going to be 5 days a week which excludes Friday, which is our current opening times for our current retail unit as well. So it's going to be sort of mirrored. And Friday midday, it's closed. Or our current retail shop is closed as well. This site will be closed for anything as well. The only thing, the latest time for work may be during summer up to 7 o'clock. And that will be at the most 2 or 3 members of staff picking and packing orders, because that is when, when we have heavier, that's the heavier business time. But that's the maximum. And I'm not saying it just because this is what we think. I'm saying it from experience for the last so many years. This is how it works year after year.
Okay.
So no HGV. If we hopefully grow to an extent where we start delivering, start receiving pellet deliveries, we will look at changing, having a different site for that, because this site won't be suitable for it. So it'll still work as it is, and then if we grow enough, we can move on to a different site where we are ready to receive pellets.
Thank you very much. Any follow-up questions, Councillor Firth? Councillor Patton.
Thank you for coming today, and it's good to hear that you've got plans to save a building that could fall into disrepair in the heart of the community and bring jobs and obviously prosper your own business, which is all good. I've just got a couple of questions about basically so you've been in business for 8 years doing this particular thing. I'd just like to know a little bit more about where your current location is, if it's a similar kind of thing or not. And also, obviously, it's a lot of volume in a big church.
Sorry. The
Yeah.
location of the other business isn't relevant.
Okay, right, okay. All right, so as this conversation has been going on, I've been more sort of worried about traffic volume. Initially, I assumed it was internet rather than collection. Can you tell me what percentage of your business model is internet sales and what is collection?
So for this particular venue, it's going to be, overall, it is 90% online and 10% collection. At the moment, we are in a partnership with our one of the suppliers in Manchester, who have a warehouse over there, and it works more like drop shipping, but it's not working really well over there. So the reason for this church being very suitable was purely storage space. It's so huge that we can use it for storage as well as a little bit of retail. And if you look at school uniform business, it's very, very seasonal. So we've got to have enough stuff available and ready to fulfill the orders in a very short span of time. And it's very time constrained. It's literally, deadlines every year at the same time. So for this reason, this looks like a very viable space, because we'll have the storage space on the side. We'll have a little bit of retail here. It's a beautiful building in the heart of community. People won't have to travel very far to come to work. And it's kind of ticking all the boxes. So retail with school uniforms, because it's children's clothing, as an adult, you can buy stuff online because the sizes are very standard. But for children, they are not standard. Children, a 5-year-old can be in any size, literally. So that's why it's important that if somebody, for example, is autistic, is able to come with an appointment, try the uniform on, and go back happy. And this is what we experience in our current unit as well. So if somebody wants to try on the sizes because they don't want to be going back and forth with deliveries, they can come in, book an appointment, come in. Once we find that every year the new starters, the parents of new starters struggle, and we usually see them in the shop because they want to come in, try out the uniform, take pictures, go back happy. With the as they start to grow up, parents don't even bother coming in. They ask for online deliveries already. And we have, partnerships with schools where we deliver uniform to the school free of cost. So we sort of reduce traffic to our current unit as well, because, everybody hates queues. So we already try to mitigate the traffic and extra footfall to the shop and try to promote online sales.
Thank you for that very comprehensive answer. Are there any follow-up questions, Councillor Parnham?
Just to say that when you looked at the church
Is
as
it
a location...
a comment or a question?
Yes, a question.
Okay.
When you looked at the church as a location, did you take into... did you do an informal survey of the traffic? Because obviously people are going to come and want to park, aren't they? Did you do that?
Yes, we did. We sort of before taking this up, we spoke to a very good architects who are, who've got lots of experience in converting churches and traffic, parking, the suitability of the locality, the ease for anybody who wants to visit was our main concern, and also we want to be we want to make the community happy. We don't want to go against anybody. So we looked at all that. We actually did our own personal research as well as waiting there, looking at traffic. Then there is this document which has been uploaded, which is under the title Travel Plan, and we researched the Leeds City Council Travel to Work survey, and looked into the yellow lines that are there already and how many parking spaces are available around the periphery of the church, and only after that we thought that this is going to be okay, because at the end of the day it's got to be viable for us as well, and if people struggle to park there, then it's going to go against us as well, isn't it?
Thank you very much. Councillor Hesselwood?
Yeah, thank you. Just looking at the application, the business operating hours, or the building operating hours, will be Monday to Saturday, so that's 6 days a week, 6 a.m. till 7 p.m. At night. Now, this is a very built-up area, lots of houses. I mean, we can't see, but the houses are basically all the way around it. What I'm concerned about, you said that 90% of your business is online, so we're going to have a lot of DHL-sized vans pulling up and leaving from 6 in the morning, which we're living in a very densely populated area. So can you tell us more information about the operating hours, please?
Yeah. So the operating hours are there, which means that these are the times when the building may be in use. So, for example, in summer, this is like just to have a cushion, because, for example, in summer, if we have orders, then 2 staff members might want to go in at 6 a.m., start packing up stuff, get it ready for 11 or 10 a.m. in the morning, and then so that's the sort of purpose of 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. Like I just said, in August, we look at using working inside the building up to 7 to 8 p.m. latest, but that would be literally 1 or 2 staff members, most likely, somebody from the local area, because that's we work already. But for customers, if somebody wants to come in, appointments are only going to be offered in the specific times, which is 10 till 5:30 on the 5 weekdays, 11 till 4 on a Saturday, and completely closed between 12:45 to 2:45 on a Friday, which are our current opening times as well. Does it answer your question? So DHL vans won't be there outside of the 9 to 5 slot. They don't, we don't receive deliveries. We don't send out deliveries at that time. Our deliveries at the moment are using local people who take a little bit of a just like like Just Eat deliveries. So they are not going out on vans at the moment, but they should do at some point, but they will be within the 9 to 5 mark.
Thank you very much. And it's also on page 90, paragraph 47, on the size of the vehicles as well. Yeah, the size of the vehicles. And also, again, it's part of the conditions about the opening times as well. Are there any follow-up questions, Councillor Hesselwood?
No, I did say the
All right, yeah. Okay, thank you. Councillor Manaka?
Thank you, Chair. I know you've just mentioned the paragraph in paragraph 90. I think I'm getting a bit confused in terms of the timing. And I am referencing this in the fact that on a Friday there is mosque, and we know there's prayers. On here it says Monday to Friday, 9:30 to 17:15, and then there's another one, Monday to Saturday, 6 to 7. And I think I'm getting confused in regards to the times. And I think for us as panel, we're trying to understand that we are not causing more issues with traffic.
Yeah.
Can you just kind of like clarify that for me?
Yeah.
If that's okay. Then.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much for asking that. So the 9 to 5 aspect is more for,
I'm on page 82 and 83 from my reports.
Yeah. So basically, there's two sides of the business. There is the retail aspect, which is going to be appointments offered to people to come in and try out the garments if they want, like that. So that is the 9 to 5 timing, and completely closed on a Friday. So it's not going to be available for anybody from outside the business to access the building outside of those hours. The 6 to 7 is like a cushion for our working timings as employees of the business, for example. So if, for example, we have orders that are unmanageable within a small span of time, which happens in summer because everybody is buying the uniform at that time, so we may have to go at 6 o'clock in the morning, 2 people maybe, go inside, pick up stuff and start packing it, and that might go up to 7 p.m. So that is like a cushion of some activity within the building of maximum 2 or 3 people, because we don't need more than that.
Chair, just a follow-up question, please, sir. Chair. Thank you. So does that mean even on your busy season, you would be closed on a Friday?
Yes.
Okay.
It's even more important that we stay closed on the Friday during that busy season because we're offering appointments.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your detailed responses. No? Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to bring the questions to a close. Thank you. I'm just going to ask members now, do you have any questions for the officers for this application? Councillor Campbell.
Please know it's not how they operate the business or whether they're packing or anything. It says change of use, and it's change of use from a place of worship, isn't it, to what? So what use category will the building have if we give it this permission? And what does that?
It would be a mixed use category, EA and EB.
And strange to relate, I don't actually...
Sorry, it's because you'd asked for the specific category, which is retail. Retail and cafe. So that's a mixed use, retail and cafe. Yeah, EA and EB.
Right, any further questions for the officers? No? Comments? Councillor Manaka, do you have a comment? Okay.
Thank you, Chair. So, I don't, to be honest, that's why I said I think, because I'm not sure whether it's, today I think I'm going all over the place. I think I don't know what could be material to an application. So, I know that the speakers who are against spoke about other businesses that could be there because of his. Is that something that is or no? Sorry.
Speculative businesses of who could occupy or develop that site is not a material consideration.
Councillor Campbell, a comment?
Right, your Chair. We're faced with an application that we've got in front of us, which we've talked about and talked a lot about various other things which really aren't anything to do with this. So, in effect, we've got here a listed building which is falling down. And so, in fact, it's in such poor condition that the council itself says it's at risk. And it seems to me it's very difficult to encourage anyone to take on a listed building that's in poor condition. And so I suppose the first plus for me on this one is there actually is somebody who's willing to come along and spend what must be quite a bit of money to get it into a usable condition and secure it for the future. What other groups might want to do or might like is not really relevant to this application. But if I read through this and having listened to what's been said in relation to what's the proposed use, which is mainly online, and the relatively small impact on the local highway network, and I appreciate that residents in the area currently have issues, particularly on Fridays, in relation to parking in that area. But it would seem to me that the proposal that's in front of us would not exacerbate that to any extent. And therefore it seems to me that this is quite a reasonable proposal to get a listed building back into use and protect what is an important heritage asset within Leeds. So I'm quite happy to propose that we accept the officer's recommendation because I think it covers most of the issues. If we look at the details of the conditions, it covers most of the issues that have been raised. So as I say, Chair, I'm happy to propose it.
Thank you very much. Councillor McNacker.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, having considered that there is I think I've questioned the applicant or their representatives on this. Does that mean there will be something put in place to say any other thing that they need to do on this listed building will come through to panel, and it wouldn't be that we are authorising one item and then it grows into another item and then it will be we're authorising just this and anything else will still be considered in its own kind of like basis. I don't know if I'm right in asking this question now.
No, you can ask that question, Councillor. There's very strict conditions around the use of it. And if you, in an equally listed building is so heavily regulated, they will not be able to do anything outside of what's been consented for. So I know there's been a huge amount of speculation of them growing their business, moving sideways. What I'd ask members to do is, in good faith, consider the application that is before you. And I think that is legitimately what your duty is here.
Thank you very much. Councillor Parnham.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just keep it brief. Basically, my concern is about traffic growing, and that's kind of unknown. And, you know, it's the impact on residents, parking and tensions in the community, possibly being exacerbated by, you know, is there any way we as a panel can kind of have any kind of input on the volume of traffic? Is there anything we can do in our... No. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
That was a question, actually. That wasn't a comment. Yeah.
I don't know who picked up that succinct answer there, but actually they're correct, whoever it was that mentioned it. I mean, you know, sorry, I'm just getting nervous now because my car parking tickets run out at 6:30. Having started very early this morning. So the answer is no. I mean, we have in front of us the recommendation with an additional condition concerning the restriction of the cafe to 50 square metres. So that's what's in front of you, members.
Councillor Anderson.
Councillor Campbell's motion.
Yeah, sorry, just to reiterate that Councillor Campbell has moved the recommendation for approval subject to the additional condition regarding the restriction of the cafe to 50 square metres. So that doesn't, as I say, mission creep was the phrase I used.
So from there, yeah, let's go to the vote. So we are going to vote on the first part of the application, which is to change the use of planning application. Planning application. Thank you. Those in favour? 1,
2, 3, 4, 5,
1,
6. And yourself? You 7?
I'm going to abstain.
Okay, so 6.
Those against? Those abstaining?
3.
Okay, we're going to move on to the second vote, which is the listed building consent relating to, as it's a redundant church. Those in favour? 1,
2, 3.
Sorry, what's that?
Yeah, sorry. It was said right at the very beginning and reiterated later on, so come on, wake up. You have 2 applications in front of you. One is the change of use application, which you've just voted on 6.3, and the secondary one is to grant listed building consent. They do need separate votes because they are separate applications. The listed building consent is for the works. For the works. So, moved, seconded. Yeah.
Yeah, can we just move to a vote, please?
So, yeah. Councillor Campbell seconded it.
You have to approve it, you can just set the works.
So are we going to approve the works of listed building? Those for?
3, 4, 5, 6.
Those against? Those abstaining?
3.
Thank you very much.
So just to sum up the application, just switched it off. The applications for the change of use and the listed building both have been granted approval, and the first one for the change of use has got the additional condition about the restriction of the cafe to 50 square metres. So they're approved. Thank you, Chair.
I just want to say thank you very much, but as you're all running out of here, because some of us have been here since 6:30, some of us was here just before 9. The proposal for the next meeting is Thursday, the 31st of October at 1:30, and I'll see you then. Take care.